Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today for the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. I'm Courtney Bailey, the board specialist and today's board clerk. Today, we are joined by the following Board of Environmental Safety staff persons: Swati Sharma, our executive officer; Shayna Avila, staff engineer; Sheena Brooks, public outreach manager; Lauren Chandler, our ombudsperson; Greg Forrest, board counsel; Evelyn Nuno, board specialist; Linda Acampo, senior staff engineer; and Firdos Permirza, environmental program manager. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is December 4th, 2024 at 11:32 a.m. and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you, Courtney. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Bhatia?
Present.
Member Brostrom?
Here.
Member Gomez? Here. Vice Chair Strass-Hacker?
Present.
Chair Rizzo?
Present.
Great. All members are present and a full quorum is established. I will now review some logistical items. Today's hybrid meeting is being held both in person and remotely via phone and Zoom. For those joining us on Zoom, please select either English or Spanish as your preferred language option by clicking the interpretation icon located at the bottom of your Zoom toolbar. If you don't see the icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish. The phone numbers will be now provided to you in the chat, and they also are available on the slide. Okay, thank you. And then next slide with the meeting materials and logistics. Agenda times may fluctuate to accommodate agenda items. We do have a hard stop at 5 p.m. today, so adjustments may need to be made in order to ensure we end on time. Meeting materials are available on the registration table located at the back of the auditorium. They can also be viewed on our website, and that information is being shared in the chat link now. To protect everyone's virtual space and networks, the Q&A function will serve as our chat feature. It will be used for individuals that are experiencing technical difficulties or unable to make verbal comments. Please begin your comment with "please read aloud" if you wish to have your comment read out loud during the public comment session. To ensure that all board members are fully present and focused on today's presentations and discussions, they are not reading or following along in the chat or the Q&A function. All participants will remain muted until a Zoom host unmutes them once recognized. Only the presenters' videos and screens will be shared. Our public forum for items not on the agenda item number 8, will be held at approximately 4 p.m. For those joining us in person and wish to comment during public forum, if you are not able to sign up in advance, please complete a yellow comment card and you can submit it to myself, Evelyn, or Sheena. Comment cards are available at the podium as well. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you may submit it via email to besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And that concludes the introductory review for today's meeting, and I will hand it back over to Chair Rizzo for agenda item number 2.
Thank you, and welcome everyone to the Board of Environmental Safety. Those of you in the room and the 60 plus or so far on Zoom. This December 4th, 2024 Board of Environmental Safety meeting marks the close of a very busy and accomplished year for us. It was just 3 years ago that the inaugural board was established by SB 158 in response to years of public calls for DTSC reforms that would enable the department to better achieve its mission and goals. Initially, the Board of Environmental Safety was comprised of Sushma Bhatia, Georgette Gomez, Liz Ruiz, Vice Chair Alexis Strauss-Hacker, and me as chair. This year, Ingrid Brostrom was appointed at the conclusion of Lizette Ruiz's 2-year term. The governor reappointed Vice Chair Hacker at the conclusion of her initial 2-year term. Both of those terms are 4 years. Launching a new board and hiring the staff to fulfill our mission has yielded a skilled, responsive, and dedicated team led by our executive officer, Swati Sharma. She has the vision and commitment to ably lead every facet of the board's operations, and we are indebted to her service. In my prior 20 years of breast cancer prevention work at a science-based public policy, business accountability, advocacy nonprofit, my mantra was, it is not by science alone that we know. I came to understand the lived experience of the people we serve must be considered in all our decisions and initiatives. In my 3 years as chair of this board, I've dedicated myself to realizing the SB 158 reforms, to engaging with communities and businesses with full transparency and accountability, with the ultimate goal of ensuring that the future of all Californians is free of the burden of toxic chemicals exposure, now more than ever as we face 2025. This board prioritized open hybrid meetings across the state, coupled with site visits, community meetings, so that we could all fully appreciate the impact of our work and that of DTSC. We've established the board's regular public meetings and hearings as a place for all voices to be heard and accountability to be delivered. Our website tells our story best, and I encourage you all to visit it often and continue your active participation. The board cannot do this work without the continued and robust engagement of community members, regulated businesses, as well as our collaboration with the teams at DTSC, Cal EPA, and the support of the legislature and the governor's office. With a heart full of gratitude and deep respect for your collective work, for all who have and will continue to engage with the board, affectionately called Bessie, I announced my departure from the board at the end of January 2025. The opportunity to contribute to the SB 158 reforms has truly been an honor and a privilege. This represents some of the most meaningful work of my professional career and my personal life, for which I thank the board, the staff, the DTSC colleagues, and the governor for placing trust in us. It is now time for me to really, finally, retire and pass the baton on to the next generation of leadership. I want to thank all of you who are here, those of you on Zoom. I want to thank Dr. Williams for her early and ongoing support, for Director Butler, who has now taken the helm and will move this forward. And I just want to say thank you to all. I'm not gone yet. I'll be here till the end of January, but I felt it was important for this to be public so that those interested in pursuing this noble and wonderful position will have a chance to reflect on it. And more than that, for our board and staff to have time to adequately plan a seamless transition. So I want to thank you all again. Thank you. And we'll carry on, but I wanted you to all know. So thank you very much. That was a good applause line. Nicely done. Thank you very much. So I'll try not to get emotional about it right now, but you know that we will over time. So moving right ahead in our agenda, which is jam-packed and fun-filled as always, agenda item 3, I'd like to introduce again our executive officer, Swati Sharma, to provide us with her EO report. And as part of that report, we will also hear from Lauren Chandler, the board's excellent ombudsperson, and she will provide us with a report of department action items from our previous board meeting. We will then move into board member reports and have board discussion and take public comments at that time. So Swati Sharma.
Well, it's hard to follow that, but thank you, Jeannie, for all of your dedication, all of your hard work, and just so much gratitude for you. So thank you so much on behalf of the board. Okay, so let's talk about hazardous waste facility operating permit decision status report. We'll go right along to slide number 2, please. So I have talked about this report in the last couple of EO reports, but I wanted to give you all an update on the status of this. And as a reminder, Senate Bill 158 imposed permit decision timelines for operating permits expiring before January 1st, 2025. DTSC is required to issue a decision on permit renewals either within 3 years after the end of the permit's fixed term, or 2, within 3 years of the effective date of the statute, whichever is later. Next slide, please. If a permit decision has not been issued by the applicable deadline, DTSC shall issue a report, which shall be released to the public and to facilities. That includes the reasons why the permit decision was not made on time. Next slide, please. DTSC has issued this report to BES in October, and BES has posted this on our website. Here is the website where you can find the report. It is also linked to DTSC's website as well. And BES has provided 60 days for the facilities to respond with a written brief and for public comment after the report has been issued. We will hold a hearing in January and in March where DTSC will present details of the report and propose a schedule for permit decisions. BES will vote to modify or approve the proposed schedule in January and in March of 2025. So please go to our website to see that report. And we'll have more details on which facilities will be presented in January and which facilities will be presented in March. And also, if we welcome public comment, so if there's any public comments, again, please go to the website and we have our contact information there where public comments can be sent. Next slide, please.
Officer Sharma, would you mind just speaking up a little bit louder?
Sure.
Perfect, thank you.
It's not on. Okay, here we go. Next slide, please. As a reminder, these are our 2025 board meeting dates. Our January board meeting will be in Sacramento. Our March board meeting will be in Central Valley. And the following dates, the locations are still to be determined. And so please come back to our website for more updated information on locations. Next slide, please. And then following up on our one and only action item for BES from the October board meeting, Board Chair Rizzo had recommended that the metrics subcommittee include supplemental environmental project data on the DTSC KPI dashboard. The metrics subcommittee has discussed this and is discussing this with DTSC as the metrics subcommittee is embarking on metrics that are related to the hazardous waste management program. So we have taken your recommendation back to the subcommittee and as well as to DTSC. And we will be, the subcommittee staff, myself and Linda Ocampo will be meeting with all of the other board members to get their input on the metrics that are currently proposed. We'll have more information on the progress of metrics from our board member reports in the next few agenda items. And now I would like to hand it off to our ombuds, Lauren Chandler, to give an update on the DTSC action items from the October board meeting. Welcome, Lauren.
Good morning. There were 6 action items. Next slide, please. Thank you. There were 6 action items recorded for DTSC during the public meeting that was held on October 17th in Southern California. All of the items were pertaining to the DTSC leadership report and all have been responded to by the director's office. From board member Gomez, there were 3 items. The first asks that Director Butler attend an Exide working group meeting. This was completed on October 18th. Member Gomez also requested to extend an invitation to Exide's third-party monitor to attend the public board meeting. The director's office advised that BES can reach out to the monitor directly, which Member Gomez has done. Next slide. Our third item from Member Gomez was a request for information about DTSC's plan for preventative measures as they relate to DTSC's strategic plan. This item is in progress as the director's office is still in the early stages of developing a new strategic plan. Moving on to items from Board Member Brostrom, excuse me. The request for information about DTSC's emergency preparedness plans for Chiquita Canyon type scenarios will have a response in today's leadership report. Next slide, please. Our fifth action item, also from Board Member Brostrom, pertains to a request for data on the resolution of DTSC's enforcement cases. The director's office is preparing a direct response for Member Brostrom and hopes to have that to her ahead of their next meeting. And finally, the request from Member Brostrom for information about the public engagement being received in the SB 673 Track 2 survey will be answered today with the SB 673 Track 2 presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. For those of you who have followed, the action items are reported at the end of every board meeting, and we felt it was most appropriate now with Lauren on board, our ombuds program will fully developed, that we report back on that. And I know we're also working with Grant in the director's office and Craig and obviously Director Butler to just ensure that we close the loop on those things. So this is at each board meeting. So any item that isn't concluded will be brought back at another meeting. So thank you for that, Lauren. Now we'll go into various board member reports, and I think we're starting with Member Bhatia. Got a mic over there for her.
I can talk about my work on the 3 subcommittees, which are fees, metrics, and hazardous waste management plan. But since I sit on the fees subcommittee with Jeannie and on the metrics and hazardous waste subcommittees with Ingrid, I'd love to share the space for you to add whatever I missed out. Okay, starting with fees. A few weeks ago, we being the board members in the subcommittee met with our BES staff to look at the mandate laid out in SB 158 and identify areas in which we want to deep dive to progress our mandate within 158. So far, we have focused on setting fees and ensuring that DTSC remains solvent, but there are specific provisions in 158 that require us to deep dive on various aspects of fees that we hadn't quite embarked on. So we met internally, we identified some areas we want to dig deeper into, and we are continuing to prioritize that list of areas we want to dig into with DTSC, trying to understand where DTSC staff as a financial team is already doing a deep dive analysis and where we need to either complement them and do more analysis, or where we can sort of combine forces and ensure that collectively we meet the mandate laid out in 158. So that is on fees. Separately, there are conversations for us to understand exactly what the status of an internal analysis report that's being done by UMass Lowell. There are some conversations about how we might engage with other parties to advance some of the mandates in 158. So that summarizes our work on the fee subcommittee. On the metrics subcommittee, we had previously mentioned that we had made a decision as a board subcommittee to go program by program. So we started with the hazardous waste management program, and we started by looking at all of the publicly available metrics through the KPI dashboard and through the director's report and other publicly available information on their website. So we started with that, and then we internally met, did some analysis to identify the intent behind each metric and provide some recommendations, both to edit an existing metric perhaps or add more metrics. After we came up with an internal draft, we've since been meeting with the DTSC team to share some of our suggestions and understand what data already exists and what data is feasible to collect. We've collectively done some work. You will all hear, and at the last board meeting, we spoke about engaging other members, other board members within the metrics work and getting the input more earlier in the process. So as we move into January, we're going to either use the January board meeting to provide a review of the work done so far, or use the March meeting, depending on scheduling. But in the meantime, as Swati mentioned, the board staff will meet with each board member to bring you up to speed on some of our recommendations so far and where we've landed. So that summarizes the first key learning is based on this first program that we did a deep dive on, we consider that our pilot. We've learned that we cannot sort of go too far down this path as a subcommittee without getting input from the board members. So as we embark on the next set of program metrics that we deep dive on, which is SCP, we will make sure with the BES staff team that we solicit input earlier in the process. So that's the first learning. The second learning is, as we started looking at the metrics for hazardous waste management program, we realized that we were sort of overly anchored on the KPI dashboard and using that as a lens. And that KPI dashboard is in turn based off of the strategic plan, which is scheduled to expire end of this year. So I think it makes sense for us to be untethered to the strategic plan. So that I'm going to pause with that on the metric side. Ingrid, have I missed anything?
No, that was actually a very good summary.
Yes, Swati, I did miss something.
Just to add, so we will either at the January board meeting or a separate workshop in February where we will share with the public, so do a public workshop, get public input, and then hopefully vote in March where the board, it would be presented to the full board to adopt the set of metrics in March.
Yes. So that is our aspirational goal, is vote in March. And then if we work backwards, Jan, Feb, a workshop plus deep diving with all of the board members. That's on the metric piece. Should I switch now to hazardous waste management plan? Do you want to get us started? Or do you want me to?
Oh, we're going to do it.
I think we'll do it after.
Oh, we'll do it after. Okay, so why don't we? Okay, we'll pause hazardous waste management plan and then we'll talk about it at that DTSC item. I'm done.
You're
Thank
done.
you.
Oh, very good. Member Brostrom, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, a lot of my items will actually be covered in other parts of the agenda. So let me just cover the few things that aren't otherwise covered. So just right around the last meeting, when we were down in LA, I had the opportunity and did tour the ROCM facility in LA. And learned about their operations, the status of their permits, as well as some of the planned modifications that facility was making. So that was a really interesting and useful exercise to, that's one of the permit decisions that I think will be upcoming shortly if it hasn't. Yeah. So also received that'll be covered. Internal briefing on Chiquita Canyon. It's something that, we're keeping a close eye on. I know we'll be talking about that later today. Also received a briefing on NASA and DOE soils cleanup at the Santa Susana Field Laboratory. I think that is also on the agenda today. For some of the subcommittee work, we just heard about the hazardous waste management plan and our uncoupling with the KPIs. For the SB 673, I did review the second information sheet, drafted some comments, and reviewed those comments with DTSC staff. So really looking forward to seeing the third information sheet and seeing whether there's any changes or modifications to the existing information documents. And performance metrics we'll be talking about. The hazardous waste management plan we'll be talking later in the agenda. So I think that's it for me.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
So should I do the X side right now? Or
No,
later?
it's when
Later?
there's
later.
Yeah.
Okay, so the other area is EJAC, which right now we haven't met with DTSC staff since the launching of acquiring applications to make up the board, but it is my understanding that they started interviewing and vetting the applicants. But hopefully, so that's to the extent that we know about.
So maybe we'll hear more about that later. If,
Maybe.
Celine joins.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
That's all.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Board discussion about any of the reports. Oh, Member Hacker. Gee, Vice Chair Hacker, your report.
Thank you, Chair Rizzo. I joined many of our DTSC colleagues and Board Member Brostrom in touring ROCAM, which for me, every one of these facility tours is a great learning experience of what are some of the practical challenges that facilities with permits face as they go through kind of modernizing business or adapting to new conditions, and as they reflect on their engagement in complying with their permit. So I thank you to the DTSC colleagues who made that possible, and to the facility for the time they give us. It always seems in a busy, crowded facility, when you take up 3-4 hours of facilities time, it really does make a difference. And as Member Brostrom noted, we are engaged with DTSC in the SB 673 Track 2 work group and look forward to more discussions. We have, of course, as a board, and as noted in our public-facing information, had various sessions to prepare for litigation with regard to appeal decisions that this board has made and which carry forward for us into the new year. And I am looking forward to the hazardous waste facility operating permit decision report and how we bring that forward in the 2025 meetings. So those are the main things for now. Thank you.
Any board discussion? Y'all feeling all happy and good about your reports? Good. Public comment. Anyone here on Zoom about what you've heard so far?
So thank you, Madam Chair. We'll go ahead and open the floor for public comment on both agenda items 3, the executive officer report, and agenda item number 4, the board member reports. So for those that are joining us in person and wish to comment, please raise your hand and I will call you up individually. For those joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand on your Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone. If you have joined the Spanish channel, please wait for the interpreters to provide instructions. I will acknowledge each commenter by first and last name as displayed on Zoom, and I do apologize in advance if I mispronounce any names. We ask that your comment be no longer than 3 minutes. The time allotted will be doubled for participants expressing their comment in Spanish to allow time for translation. If you are commenting in Spanish, please let us know at the start of your comment. So we'll go ahead and start with in-person commenters now. Anyone would like to make a comment in person? Seeing none, we will go ahead and move on to any in the Zoom room commenters. Anyone to make a comment on agenda items 3 and 4, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, I am not seeing any. And with our Spanish interpreters, can you just double check we don't have anyone in the Spanish room wanting to comment on items 3 or 4? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that confirmation. So we do not have any public comments for this item, and that concludes the public comment period. So back to you, Madam Chair.
Instruction?
It's always Tuesday at noon.
Tuesday at noon.
Wednesday.
Thank you.
Wednesday at noon.
Wednesday.
But it's usually.
Okay, so we got a little post-Thanksgiving tryptophan, like after the turkey, you're all wide awake and okay. Now, I will guess that the next section is going to be more robust. Moving into agenda item 5, I want to introduce DTSC Director Katie Butler, along with members of the DTSC team to provide us with their leadership report. Director Butler will ultimately be joined by Serlene Grant, Deputy Director of the Office of Environmental Equity, to provide an update on the EJAC. Supervising Hazardous Waste Substance Engineer Ryan Dominguez, who will provide an update on the Hazardous Waste Management Plan. Dan Berg, Deputy Director for Site Mitigation and Remediation, will provide an update on Santa Susana Field Lab and workshops, and board members and BES staff will also provide updates from their respective focus areas on each of these agenda items. As we will be presented with a lot of great updates and information from leadership team today, we'll hear the first 2 items of this report and we'll pause for board questions in response to those items, because last time I think we went through so many, it was hard for everyone to reflect back. We'll then resume with the remaining updates. So it's now always my distinct pleasure to introduce Director Katie Butler to kick off the leadership report. Thank you, Director Butler.
Thank you, Chair Rizzo. Thank you for all of your service over the past few years. As the inaugural chair, you led transformational changes for this department and the community it serves. And I was reflecting yesterday on how long this was in the making and how it was so needed for DTSC to have a governing body overseeing the work to make sure the decision-making processes, the work products are transparent, there's better communication with all of the interested parties in our work, and that the department's held accountable for the work that it's tasked to do. Back in 2015, the People's Senate wrote a letter to former Director Barbara Lee asking for this governing body. And of course, the Independent Review Board, 2015 to 2018, and their conclusion in 2018 was that this was needed. And then, finally came to fruition in 2021 with the governor's leadership and the legislature's support. And you, along with all of the founding members here, and of course, Lizette too, who's not here, really, made a mark in history for DTSC. And so I'm committed to continue to work with the board and continue the partnership that we have, that you really set us on a path for success, and your charisma, your passion for this work has made us as a department so much stronger, and it's opened up dialogues that we didn't have before. So thank you.
Thank you.
So as you mentioned, I'll talk about the director's refresh of the priorities and go over some of the changes that you all have in your packets and what those look like. And then planning for the January meeting to have a more robust presentation about the accomplishments mid-year. So we'll review those in January and present some data along with those. And then you talked a little bit about the strategic planning process, and that is something that's underway that we're starting now and kicking off. We actually yesterday as an executive team met to discuss our plan forward for strategic planning, and we'll have more to offer on that as well in January on what that looks like for folks to participate in that process and really chart the next few years for the department with that strategic plan. In departmental news, we just swore in this morning. I'm happy to report Eddie Moreno, our new Deputy Director of Legislative and Regulatory Affairs. So really happy to have him in this post. He and Gabby have both been leading in the absence of a deputy. So thank you both for their leadership in the interim period. And now we're just really lucky to have Deputy Moreno on board, because before he was with DTSC, he had extensive experience at the Sierra Club and SEHA, working in the nonprofit world, and also at Cal OES. So he's very familiar with state government and communities, and really great fit for this role. So we're excited to work with him going forward. And then we also have this priority products work plan that was released in October from our Safer Consumer Products program. So I encourage you to take a look at that. It sets forth priorities for the next couple of years. And then we released a proposed priority product that we have an open public comment period for: nail products containing methacrylate. And so we're accepting public comment through December 16th for that. I want to highlight this compliance testing of PFAS in carpets and rugs. This is a report we just published, and overall it shows that in the state of California, PFAS are no longer being used in rugs and carpets, which is a tremendous achievement. And it's really a good success story for the regulatory process that we have in Safer Consumer Products. And now we're getting to the point of compliance and testing. And so this will also, chart a path for Safer to set its process for enforcement going forward as well, which is a priority of mine. And so encourage you to look at that report that we posted. The results of the investigation are detailed in there, and really want to thank our lab too for that work, doing all that compliance testing. It's a tremendous asset we have at DTSC in our lab and their capacity there. You asked for me to give an overview of the permit timelines. So we do have 4 permits that are pending final decision. There's 2 of these actually have active comment periods. So we have EcoBat, formerly known as Quimetco, in the City of Industry. That comment period is open until December 23rd. And then we have Veolia Azusa. This is a facility that recycles solvents in Azusa, California, and does some fuel blending and other hazardous waste management activities. That comment period is open until next week. So December 10th, it closes. We also have Kettleman, the hazardous waste landfill in Kettleman City. That period for commenting closed. And so now our team is digging through those comments, reviewing and considering those. And we're also in the process of getting input from interested parties on the civil rights analysis phase 2 that we committed to do for the Kettleman Hills landfill facility. So that's also underway, scoping for that civil rights analysis phase 2. And Fibrotech is the other permit that we're very close to finalizing. And we're in discussions right now with the community leaders, and we'll be coordinating with the facility as well on the final timeline for it, because we do want to be mindful of the holidays. So we're going to coordinate with the interested parties on the final date because of the holidays coming up. So that is, we had been aiming for the December timeframe for that. So we're very close to finalizing it, and I don't have a specific date for you yet. In January, we're looking ahead to the ROChem permit, a draft decision that we'll be releasing. January 9th, around the beginning of January. And I'm glad that some of the board members had an opportunity to tour that facility. I joined them to see it in person. That was my first visit as well. And then we have Clean Harbors, Westmoreland post-closure permit, the Chevron Chemical in Richmond, and then Clean Harbors, Wilmington. So all of the details are in your packet for those permits. It will be a busy January, and we are very eager to renew these continued permits and make a decision on them if we're not renewing them. And so please expect these draft decisions early 2025. The director's priorities refresh. All right, so we previously had a priority to strengthen enforcement, ensure consistent, timely, equitable enforcement. At the last meeting, I spoke to how enforcement is a priority of mine. So I moved it to priority 1. So there's just a little reorganization there. And largely the deliverables are consistent and same as before, with the exception of the deliverable for site mitigation. It's now more holistic to deliver an enforcement strategy for the program that's more inclusive of all of the work that SMRP does. Before we had one that was more specific to voluntary agreements. So this will be more holistic, including voluntary agreements. And then for priority 2, institutionalizing community engagement, this remains a priority because we continue to see the value of community engagement and how it enhances the work we do at DTSC. And we've learned so much from establishing the working group at Exide and other efforts at Santa Susana to do more engagement than we normally would with the Kettleman permit, doing Cal EnviroScreen workshops. And so we're taking these examples, and the key change to this deliverable is providing more detailed actions. I know how much we like clearer, more measurable metrics that we can evaluate the department's progress on. And so you'll see deliverable 2.2 has been enhanced with more of these specifics. It includes a deeper analysis of actually evaluating our engagement tools, the ones that we are using, what's working, what's not working, and then using that information from the evaluation to overhaul an update to our public participation manual. This was created in the early 2000s, and so it's time to look at that manual, make sure it's current, reflective of the values that we have at DTSC, and the recent experiences, lessons learned from the enhanced community engagement we've been doing on specific projects. And then lastly, developing trainings for technical staff to become more proficient in public engagement, more comfortable communicating in plain language, and working collaboratively with the Office of Environmental Equity. I have the expectation for all staff at DTSC to communicate to our communities and to any of our interested parties, the regulated industry as well, in plain language. And so, if I'm going to have that expectation of staff, we have to give them the tools to do it. So we are focused on, more trainings so that, we have more folks in DTSC communicating about the work we do and really working closely with Serlene's team, because Serlene's teams, they're our experts, and they're the outreach experts that can give those tools to the rest of DTSC. So we'll be working on that. Priority 3, promoting equity, is largely consistent with our initial priorities. We have completed a number of the EJAC deliverables, and Serlene will speak to that. Priority 4, we reframed this a little bit to focus on how, as an organization, can we think more into the future, anticipate what policy or regulations might be needed to support sustainability, support circularity, and be more resilient to climate change. So the deliverables did not change dramatically, but the vision and the framing of it did. So sort of setting the stage for kind of what might be possible in the future in this realm. And the hazardous waste management plan goes hand in hand with this as well, to drive us into the future, to anticipate waste streams that we may need to manage as a state, given the alternative energy sectors coming online. And then attaining fiscal stability, that one is largely the same. Our generation and handling fee team is hard at work right now, finalizing emergency regulations to clarify our processes and fee requirements. Really looking forward to that work being completed, and then we will continue our outreach so that fee payers have clarity what to pay, and the department can attain fiscal stability and maintain it with all of your support on the annual evaluation of the fee rate as well. So appreciate your partnership on that priority. I did not name collaboration as a separate or additional priority, but it is woven through priorities 1 through 4. And so we are committed to continue to building our partnerships with state and federal agencies, our agency partners, and of course, communities and the regulated industry as well. So collaboration is woven through those, and you're going to see more partnerships making our work that much stronger. So I'll pause there.
On the what's been presented so far, I'll start because I will. On you're talking about your engagement tools and trainings, and it would be great to think about our ombuds and some of our technical staff being able to sit in on those if there are trainings around engagement and what the ombuds can bring to it. So to the extent that it's appropriate and time-wise, it would seem to me that since we're doing engagement, you're doing engagement, it would be good if we harmonize that and include the BES staff and to the extent board involved in that.
Good idea.
That could be helpful for both. So particularly on the trainings, I think if you're developing trainings for engagement for your technical staff, I would guess that many of ours would also be interested in sitting in on that, if that's appropriate. So that's my question and comment. Other team members have questions about what Director Butler has presented so far?
I have one clarifying question and one comment. You talked about the strategic plan process and that you're going to create a new strategic plan for 2025 and beyond. How do you envision the director's priorities in relation to the strategic plan? Do you expect 2 different documents, and how do you expect them to speak to each other so that it's one cohesive vision and North Star you're driving?
So right now we're looking for areas of alignment between the director priorities and each of our programs with that forward-looking vision in mind. And so we'll find those areas of alignment. But going forward, I actually think it will be reversed, where like next year's director priorities will be under the umbrella of the strategic plan. So that strategic plan going forward will then drive what the director's priorities are, our program priorities, and then the team's expectations. And I would like those programs, our programs, they're the experts in what we do, right? So for them to, our programs, our teams, our staff to develop, what are the action items actually to accomplish what we set forth in the strategic plan. So it'll be more bottom up rather than top down, ultimately, is the vision that I have.
Great.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, and very excited to hear this, that ultimately I think having the strategic plan be a longer term visionary document, and then the director's priorities being a tactical way that communicates what you're going to engage on in the year is really beneficial lens from a metrics perspective. My second question / comment is about the enforcement of PFAS. You talked about how PFAS is not allowed in carpets and rugs sold in California, and then you're switching to the enforcement mode. We've previously heard you talk about how you're building more teeth into the SCP program. So perhaps this is a good follow-up topic for the board to learn more about how you are thinking about capacity planning for enforcement activities under SCP. Because we've heard about enforcement challenges and always being in this catch-up mode to make sure you are enforcing and driving compliance. So how are you making, since you're building enforcement ground up into SCP, how are you ensuring that you will have enough capacity?
So I know our deputy, Robin Christensen, is having these discussions with her team now. So I like your idea of having that slated for a future agenda item or conversation, or even briefing with board members if that's desired. So
Became an action item, I see.
Thank
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you have something, Director Butler.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. And thank you for the report, and also thank you for engaging with the working group on exiting of those. But I just really wanted to acknowledge that you moved pretty quickly, so I really appreciate that. I had a question related to the priorities that you mentioned, and actually had a similar question in regards to the strategic plan and priorities. So thank you for clarifying, and it makes sense. One thing that I'm trying to, I know last time we met that you engaged with us, there was a lot of discussion about prevention. Where does that, to me, promoting equity is preventative, right? So what will it be? Will prevention live there, or where does it live, or are we leaving it out, or is just trying to? Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you for asking. Because it lives in a lot of places, right? We can have more preventative policy development, enforcement could be preventative. And like you said, equity, having that equity lens to all of our work can be more preventative or preventative or proactive too, really. And so, it might be something that we consider for the strategic plan for this longer term vision. And then, we'll find ways over the course of this year how it's really weaving in. So I do think it will be a process for us to more fully develop that into a mature, actionable item.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
I just really wanted to lift it and ensure that it's not getting.
Thank you. I appreciate that too, because it crossed my mind as well when I was refreshing these. And so I had to also remind myself that steps.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
You don't want to do one big one from your time? Okay. All right. And we'll go ahead with the remaining updates from your report. which will include an EJAC update that will be Serlene and Georgette, Exide, Katie and Georgette, Hazardous Waste Management Plan, Ryan, and then Sushma and Ingrid, and the SSFL workshop updates. Dan, you're here for that, and for Dose, who is remote board staff. So that'll be the next series. Do you have an order in which you prefer to go?
If we can do the Exide,
Fine.
and then
I had
I'll
a feeling your
turn it over
slides
to
said
Deputy
Exide,
Grant.
and
Sorry.
we'll just move it to Exide.
Does that
first.
work?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Kate.
All right. Okay, so before going into the updates, thank you, Member Gomez, for making that recommendation. It was good to attend that Exide working group meeting. And it wasn't one and done either. I won't attend them necessarily regularly, but if there's specific agenda items or requests for me to attend, then I'm always going to make myself available for that as much as I can in my, I also met with Communities for a Better Environment, was thankful for their invitation to go to their Huntington Park, Southeast LA headquarters, and had a good conversation about Exide. That was one of the main topics of interest. And they asked DTSC to think about plans once our funding for the residential cleanup runs out. And also, that's actually what prompted me to include some more details on our budget and where we're at for the various aspects of the cleanup. And so as a result of that conversation with Communities for a Better Environment, I took that back to the team. And so it prompted us to draw up some options that we are looking at. How do we maximize our funding going forward, making sure we're doing it in a way that is coordinated and consistent with the proposed NPL listing. And so, all along our plan had been the NPL listing will help provide the additional funding. But I think that shouldn't stop us from, in the meantime, continuing to evaluate where we are at and making sure that we are maximizing the funds in a way that serves the community best. So it was a productive conversation, and looking forward to more meetings like that with community partners. Just another reminder that the public comment period for the NPL listing by US EPA will end today. So that there is one last chance here to get comments in.
Sorry, Katie, I just wanted to comment that the board did submit a support letter.
Okay.
For during that comment period.
Okay, great.
We'll share that with you.
Thank you. That would be great. And then we're also planning to submit a letter by end of day today as well, just to reflect some of the conversations we've had with EPA and the ongoing support we have for that coordination. So quick update on the parkways. The Southern Preliminary Investigation Area parkways, the cities of Maywood, Huntington Park, and Bell is what our team has been focused on these last few months, working with the cities to get the permits to start the work. So I'm happy to announce that November 21st, we actually started some of the parkway cleanup work in Maywood. So that's a huge milestone for DTSC to start this work. And we're going to be continuing our coordination with the other cities, County of LA as well, to get the permits in place and get this work underway in more areas. So that's an update that I know, it's personal for me, because when I was in LA County, this is something that we really advocated for, getting work on the parkways done, because some of these parkways are right in front of the homes and are almost continuous with the front yards. And not all of them are, grass or areas that maybe a kid would play, but some of them are. And so it is really important to get this work done from that perspective of preventing the exposure for the families that are living in those homes right adjacent to these parkways. So I'll present a budget updates on the 3 different funds we have, because money was appropriated for separately for the residential cleanup, the parkways, and the facility itself. These updates are as of June 2024. And hopefully, we'll have some better data as we start the new year. But I did want to share what we have from our budget office. So the residential cleanup budget, originally we were authorized $573 million as of July 2021. So most of this has been spent, and we have 15 million left. So we estimate this will take us through July 2025 for the residential cleanups. The parkway budget, we were authorized 67 million. We've encumbered or expended, I believe most of that's encumbered since we're just starting the work, 51 million, and with the remaining balance of 15.9 million. And then the facility budget, we were authorized 132 million, and we've expended or encumbered a smaller amount of this budget, 31 million. Really, that was on the non-regulated buildings, demolition of those to kind of prepare the site for cleanup. And let's see, that is the last slide, but I do, I think this information is helpful for us and just transparency, right, on how we're using these funds, and that the residential, just to recap, is mostly spent down. The parkways mostly encumbered. That work is underway now, and then the facility budget is largely unspent. And
the first time, this is great to get to see this broken down like this. What drives the timeline on the facility budget? Because we've been hearing about that facility the whole time we've been here. So what has to happen in order for that to happen?
Mm-hmm. So that's a good question. I'm interested to know. Mehdi's probably the best person to answer that. And I think he's on. Oh, Dan's here. Great.
The facility budget. So to address the facility itself. So there has to be a record of decision or some idea of how you're going to clean up. The characterization part is the less expensive part, and that's more the part of what we've been doing, as well as US EPA. And so, and then if it gets listed, we're going to need to have a talk with US EPA on what the path forward is. So some of these things have yet to be figured out.
Okay, so if you hadn't had the NPL, you'd be sitting with this as your decision.
That would be our budget.
That would be it. That would be your budget.
For right now, that would be it.
And so once you fully craft what it'll take to get rid of that facility and clean it up, you may be looking to NPL for additional resources. Is that correct?
If it's listed on the NPL, then US EPA will take the lead. And then the state will take it later once it's been cleaned up, and we'll have long-term O&M, operation and maintenance of the facility.
So these budgets will shift once there's an NPL listing.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I believe they will.
Okay. Ingrid?
So looking at the facility budget is largely unencumbered. The residential budget is mostly, there's very little left. Is there any flexibility in shifting those fundings, or are they really kind of set in stone in terms of what they can be spent on?
Maybe
And here comes Grant.
I may be speaking out of term. Right now, that's where they sit. I'm not sure what the flexibility restrictions are, but if it makes sense to move things around in order to get the work done, then we'll try to pursue that to make it happen. So that was a very non-answer answer. If we need to, we'll try to make that happen.
Okay. Yes, please. Because I was going to ask you to
Yeah, I was
add
gonna
anyway.
follow up to Ingrid. So I had the same question. My follow up to it is, if it can't, is that money at all possible, threatened to be taken away by the state budget, future shortfalls? Is that a possibility? And if it is, could we look at moving it to the homes so that, since that is falling short?
Right now, it's been protected.
Okay.
Department of Finance had to pull back a lot of things across the entire state
Yes.
budget, and this was untouched.
Okay. So it that's great. It was not touched, but can it be touched?
I don't know that specifically. I
Okay.
have to figure that out.
I think that's really important,
Okay,
just
great.
because
Yeah.
there is another set of work that is negative at this moment, and here's some money. So just want to, yes.
Yeah, I think up to this point, I mean, I think technically things can be touched. I don't think we've got any indication that's the case. Some of this money will have to be reappropriated just because of the encumbrance states that are associated with every appropriation that we get from the legislature and the governor's budget. But again, those are processes that aren't uncommon for us as a State Department, and I think we're prepared to continue to do that to make sure it meets whatever deadline kind of comes forward as EPA makes their decision. So, and that conversation of whether those funds would be better spent, residential versus facility, are conversations we're willing to have. I think we need to know a little bit more first.
Yeah, that makes sense, and I appreciate that. The other question that I had was on the parkways, and it's exciting that is finally moving forward, and we have some permits. The question that I have is, I know that there's conversations with the other cities, but getting the first permits took some time, and I get it, the local politics. But what would the other cities, what's the timeline for the other cities to get them on board, or what's the plan there? It feels like this is moving slower than what was expected. I don't know if anybody can speak to that. Katie?
Unmuted. But our best estimate is that the parkways would be completed June 2025.
Okay,
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
right, thank you.
Georgette, did you have anything to add to the Exide portion?
Nothing
of the
to, I was
agenda?
gonna,
I know you reached out to the third party
Yeah.
monitor. Do you want to comment on that?
yeah, I was just gonna mention, and Swati mentioned it, that we did submit a letter in support of the listing for the NPL by the board. And then right now we're working with the third party monitor to have them come to the board to have a presentation for the work that they've been doing, just to acknowledge. I think we're looking at possibly a future meeting that might be held in LA, just so it can be a little bit more open to perhaps committee members to also attend. So we're working on that. Yeah.
Okay, great. And if that's something you're open to DTSC leadership being there, please
Yes.
let Deputy Berg and myself know.
Most definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just one correction, it's actually the southern PIA, so half of those parkway areas by June 2025, not both.
Got it.
Okay.
That's-
So we've asked Mehdi to
Good afternoon.
unmute. Yeah, you're there.
There you go,
Okay,
Mehdi.
great.
Oh, there's Mehdi. Hi, Mehdi.
Good afternoon. My apologies. I was trying to mute while driving, and that's not a good idea. So,
Oh, no.
but there are a lot of questions, and we don't want you to walk away without answers. So, for the parkways, we anticipate completing the work by June 2025. The north, which is more expensive, we anticipate finishing the work by December 2025. There were questions about budget, and I think Craig has responded appropriately. We are going to look into reappropriating some of that money so we can have more flexibility as to use it. But the reason why we could not spend the money as quickly is because we had a lot of structures at the facility that needed to be dismantled. There is about 14 or 15 structures that have been dismantled, so it's not like work was not ongoing. We have been dismantling the structures, and their full enclosure unit, which slows down the work substantially. That work has been completed. The remaining $100 million are divided in two portions. $22 million is set aside for future operations and maintenance. that leaves exactly 78 million, or about $78 million that are reserved for the future remediation. To echo what Dan has said, we are going to be looking into completing our investigation, which we already started. Once we have a complete investigation, then we move to the next step, which is a feasibility study and the remedial action plan. We anticipate that to be ready by mid-2025. At least when I say ready, released to the public as a draft document for comments.
Thank you, Mehdi.
You're most welcome.
I'm here in person. I'm housed in this office, so it's good to see you all and welcome. And this is here, so I'm advancing my own slides. Is that okay? All right. So thank you. I am actually very excited to give you this report today on the status of the EJAC. It's been a long time coming to get to the point that we are right now. We're not quite there yet. My team is probably like, what is she gonna say? We're not quite there yet, but we are so much closer to close than we are further, right, on the spectrum. So there's been a lot of work done in partnership with you all, in partnership with Cal EPA, the agency, with all the different corners of the DTSC group of people, from OLC to admin to communications. There's just so many different pieces that are involved with this. So I'm really excited about being able to speak about this today. Just to center us, I know all of you know how the EJAC and discussion came about, but for people who may be listening for the first time or not quite sure, the beginning was last year. Well, the beginning was SB 158, which authorized a forum out of DTSC with the purpose of providing independent environmental justice advice and consultation and recommendations to the DTSC director and to the board. And we developed a draft framework and circulated that framework to the public through 2023. So for me, that was my beginning with this process. I came just as, I called that the roadshow, just as the roadshow was going on, and we were in Northern California with discussions about the framework in Central California and Southern California. We were asking people, how should it function? What problems should it address? Who should or should not be involved or be in it, et cetera. So through that roadshow, we got about 88 different comments that talked about answered all those questions and gave opinions on all those things. And we listened. And that got us to where we are almost there. We listened. And what we heard was that they wanted the community at large throughout the state, that the EJAC should be made up of frontline residents who are near to DTSC facilities, residents who have hazardous waste or ground contamination, environmental risk exposure or experience, tribal engagement, tribal involvement, either through someone who is ancestrally related to a tribe or from an organization that represents a tribe. We wanted youth and young adults. We wanted someone who has a commitment with environmental justice and being involved in topical areas related to environmental justice. We wanted someone with business acumen that's related to environmental businesses, whether it's hazardous waste or planting trees. Don't know what that would look like, but that's what we were asking for. So there was quite a list of specifics that we were looking for. And we said this would be a 7-member council. At one point, I think a few meetings back, board member Gomez questioned, how did we get to 7? Well, we went from 15 to 7. because of budget. So we settled at 7. And again, diverse interests and backgrounds. And the purpose is to provide advice and recommendations to DTSC and the board, as I said earlier, to advance our DTSC environmental justice objectives and initiatives, to bring a community-based approach and explore community-informed solutions, and advise DTSC on how to improve communications with affected environmental justice communities. Earlier, when I entered the room, you were talking about engagement. Chair Rizzo, you were saying we wanted more engagement, and the EJAC will advise on our engagement. The other topics, the specific topics that the EJAC will be dedicated to, will be determined by the EJAC as they get settled and they learn to work with each other. So, all of that from my turn here, we came up with the framework, we took the comments, we finalized the framework, came up with the scope of work, the kinds of things that they might get involved with. We had an application period. I came to you the last time you met and I spoke about the application period, and we had a selection panel of really committed, dedicated, working for free, pro bono professionals who have experience and knowledge in environmental justice, environmental affairs, and hazardous site mitigation and permitting. A very diverse panel from different parts of the state, Sacramento area, Stockton area, the Bay Area. We had someone from Southern California, but that person had to pull out of the selection process. If you may know that we had many fits and starts and the schedule changed and suddenly we were in October. And for many nonprofits, October is the time to submit grants, and for the foundations that give grants, it's the time to remove to receive the application. So we lost some people, but we plugged some people in. And so to that group of people, I am greatly, greatly indebted and appreciate all of you. And I have been looking at this this activity of setting up this EJAC as a marathon. And I'm going, not just any marathon, I'm going to compare it to the Beta Breakers. Because if you watch the Beta Breakers, you have the professionals get out there, they run that marathon up and down those hills, beautiful views, and they're done in 15 minutes or less, whatever, it's some record time. Then there's the rest, and it's the rest that captures the news and all of our attention. It's the rest, it's the centipedes, it's the hundreds of people who are working together, it's the office groups, and that's what we have. That's what we have in forming this EJAC. We are running a marathon, and so I say we're almost there. We're at the top of the hill. We can see the winning. We can see the winning line. And so I just want to thank everyone in this moment who's been involved. I can't name everyone, but my OEE team, from the executives all the way through, as I said, every department has had something to do with it. OLC, comms, the administrative staff, Cal EPA, and that has gotten us to taking applications. We had 47 came in. I can give you the breakdown of how they came in from throughout the state by county. If you want that, I can give that to you. We have, again, young and old, north and south. About 5 came from Northern California, 6 from Central California, and 31 from Southern California. The selection panel, as I've talked about, they've been meeting. They went through their own training. They've been meeting. I was not involved with them. One of the stipulations was that no one from DTSC administration be on the EJAC or be involved in the selection. So I really don't even know who the people are. But we've narrowed it down from that 47 to 15 that are going through interviews or have gone through interviews. And then they are currently being vetted, reference checked, and so forth. And we hope to be able to announce them before the end of the year. And so we're almost there. Finish line is in sight. Thank you.
That's great to hear. I feel like EJAC is one of the very first things that we talked about on our onboarding. And so taking the confusion about where does it live, who owns it, that took probably a year to sort out. And now congratulations on moving this along. Questions from the board, and you were, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I'm most interested especially as we're getting to this phase of actually sitting the board or the council, and having them to start their work. Something that I think is really important, and I know it is in these slides, is that this body is meant to provide recommendations not only to DTSC, but also to the board, and that's in the statute. And so, I'm particularly interested in how we're going to operationalize. I mean, the body is sitting with DTSC, the select, DTSC has been, in charge of the selection, and yet it does serve, dual purposes. And, I'm very excited to work with the EJAC and, either whether it's continuing conversations with Georgette and myself in terms of how are we going to operationalize and make sure it's meeting its obligation to provide recommendations on the board, or whether you already have ideas on how that structure is going to work. Interested in hearing, whether or not there's, space for us to be involved in those conversations, or hearing anything that you've already thought about on how it's going to interact with us.
So within our framework, our guidelines, there is a stipulation that there is two BES members who are liaisons to the EJAC. So that's our first level of communications. I would imagine that in the formation, like when we get the 7 people and we're all getting together and figuring out emails and how to send things, that we can then also look at how to keep you all informed. If that's I think we talked about this, maybe not with you all, but among ourselves, like an update at these meetings, that kind of activity. Yeah.
The framework.
Yeah.
Yeah, that aspect is on the framework, that there'll be some representation of EJAC as they set their structure, that they would come and we would create space for them to interact with us as well.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just
vice versa.
I'll just name that I think there's a couple of activities that are in our purview and on our authority that I think they'd be, really well suited to. That would be, tracking performance metrics, or helping even to shape those performance metrics to the extent they're ready to provide some input on those as we're still creating them, as well as, what role can they play on our evaluation. And our annual review of the department and its program. So those are 2 particular areas that I'd be interested in really figuring out how they can play a role.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments for Celine? Thank you. This is great progress. It's really, can't wait to hear who the 7 are on December 13th or whenever that comes in. So thank you.
Me too. I really don't know.
It's hard to be in the dark, isn't it? Yeah, welcome to our world.
Thank you.
Thank you, Celine. Okay. Let's see. I think next is hazardous waste. Yeah, okay. We'll hear from Ryan and then Sushma and Ingrid. So Ryan, fully intro yourself for our Zoom people, and welcome. Welcome back.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Dominguez. I'm the supervisor for the Hazardous Waste Management Plan unit. I'm going to give an update on the Hazardous Waste Management Plan today, but I want to say, Chair Rizzo, it's been a pleasure. Thank you. I'm going to give an update similar to how I've been doing them, talk about the a brief update of the plan status, talk about the engagement, and some about next steps. So I'll start with just an update on the draft plan itself. We have a draft. We sent that a draft out to the board and to the subcommittee yesterday. So happy to have that, and hopefully you guys found it in your inboxes yesterday or today. The draft was informed from the 2023 report. We used feedback from that we received during workshops, other engagement opportunities, and from conversations with the subcommittee to draft it. This plan and future plans are meant to serve as guides, guide documents for managing hazardous waste in the state, informing state and local hazardous waste management efforts, and guiding DTSC's implementation of the hazardous waste management program. These plans are due every 3 years, and so that it's an iterative process, and hazardous waste management planning is an ongoing process. Not every issue is going to be addressed by any one plan. The iterative planning is necessary for DTSC to effectively plan for current and future waste generation, and then help bolster the reduction of that generation. In the last update, we discussed that we're tackling this first plan by identifying achievable goals and developing recommendations. So that's to say that we're learning from the past to prepare for the future. This first plan identifies the first steps that are needed to realize the larger vision for waste reduction in specific waste streams, support of a circular economy, and continued protection of Californians, especially those most vulnerable. Oh, stay on this for a second. I also want to talk about just briefly next steps before I talk about the engagement that we've done this last year. So the draft plan is due to be presented to the board March 1st. It's coming up pretty quick. Once the draft plan is submitted, there will be at least 3 public hearings that are held by the board as required by the statute, where the public will be able to provide additional comments for DTSC and the board to consider. So the engagement thus far has been great, and we want to thank all those that participated in the workshops. We recognize that we've presented a lot of information, and it was asked for. People wanted to hear more about specific subjects and wanted deep dives. It's a lot of information though. But as we move into planning and the hearings, really encouraging rewatching the recordings, rereading portions of the report or the whole report. And that's the one from 2023, and then participate in the hearings. And it's important to have that engagement and that participation. And so far, we've really enjoyed it, and we've taken a lot away. With that, I'll go into just an outreach summary. The outreach and engagement began at the beginning of the year with an update workshop in April 2024. We provided background on the project, shared an update on planning activities, discussed next steps, and received public feedback. We have also received additional feedback from other engagement opportunities that we took. These were done through symposiums, conferences, meetings with interested parties, and updates here. Most recently, though, we've had 10 workshops over the last few months, and I want to commend my team for putting these together and getting through these 10 in August through November. It was a big lift for them, and they put a lot of work into each one of them. A lot of thought went into those. We were taking comments and feedback that we received from the report, consolidating that into main topics and talking about more information about subjects that people wanted more information on.
Are there members of your team here?
No, they're not.
Okay, well, thank them.
They're listening though.
Thank you, listening.
Always
wherever you
listening.
are. I want to acknowledge that was a lot of work to put those 10 together, having attended several myself. It was a lot of work. So want to commend everyone who contributed to that, wherever you're sitting and listening. I think it's important to recognize that workload was significant.
Thank you for that. Now, for each workshop, the recording, presentation slides, any supplemental information, like we had a pre and a post workshop survey, and And question and answers that we received during the workshops, they're all available on the website tab currently on the website. The recordings are up there for all 10. Now, the topics of the workshops ranged across 4 focus areas that we use to guide hazardous waste management planning. These are environmental justice, waste and disposal reduction, waste criteria, and capacity planning. And we developed the workshops to provide that ongoing public education and encourage continued discussions while development of the plan was going on. The topics discussed were based on public feedback, as I've been talking about, and the request for additional information. The information provided during these, it covered a wide range of subjects. This slide shows the titles of the first half of the workshops that we had. And it also includes the attendee count for each one. The first 5 covered data sources, potential changes to waste codes, potential for a future pollution prevention type program that's focused on source reduction. It provided information about the supply and demand of hazardous waste. It also included an initiative geared towards reduction of potential impacts from cleanup projects that we did coupled with our Office of Brownfields. Go to the back half. Now in the back half, we covered hazardous waste criteria, incinerable waste, the potential for alternative management of contaminated soil, environmental justice, and recommendations for updates to analytical testing methods. The highest level of attendance was during the 8th workshop, which was a joint workshop with DTSC, the Water Board, and CalRecycle, where we discussed how modern landfills have improved significantly in design and operation over time, and discussed development of alternative management standards for non-RCRA contaminated soil. One of the highlights that we had as a team were the questions and comments during the workshops. They led to really good conversations. We really enjoyed the questions. It also provided us a lot of feedback, and we felt they were very informative. After each one, we would come back and debrief and talk through questions, what we had presented, what we want to change. Anything ranging from the content to how it was presented or length of time. There was a lot of comments about timing and quantity of information or lack of, and so we were taking that in. So for each workshop, we had surveys and we received feedback during the question and answer periods. And we wanted to boil down a few main takeaways. One was that the level of detail provided was good. There can always be more or less depending on the audience, but for the wide range of audience that we had, the feedback that we got that the level of information was good. The type of material was what those who were attending these were hoping to see and hear. These were the folks that were very engaged, and it ranged from about 70 to 150. The long form presentation, however, that style is hard for some to attend. They're long. It's hard to take a 2-hour break from your day, and that's recognized. And one of the things we're trying to work on are short form content. It's bandwidth right now. This long form was important for us to get out this level of detail of information and get comments on that. In addition, we also at times had our workshops overlap with others and other workshops in DTSC or with other groups. Like I know there was one time with Del Amo Action Committee. They had an event going on. We had an event going on, and it was coordinating with everybody on the panel, and so it worked out that way, and it was unfortunate, but I talked to Cynthia about it, and so yeah. But all the workshops are recorded, so they are available to watch and rewatch. for those who haven't been able to attend. And then lastly, we were able to take the feedback that we received and refine the draft plan. That was one of the most important takeaways for us, was how can we word something better, or is there a piece of information or a subject that we want to incorporate? And so there was a lot of we had a lot of takeaways. So overall, it benefited us as a unit to help craft this plan. And we hope that the content that the workshop provides, all the workshops that it provides, that it's a good source of information for understanding the draft plan. Now, as we move into the draft plan presentation to the board and into the public hearing process, we want to encourage those who have followed to please stay engaged. If you haven't yet been engaged but plan to be, welcome. Please visit our website to familiarize yourself with the 2023 report and workshop recordings and PowerPoints. There's a lot of information uploaded there, and we encourage everyone to download it, read it, and watch it. With that, want to thank you all for the time, and I'll open it up for questions or comments.
Committee members who have been working on this, and I think everyone here knows that's how we both respect Bagley Keene and also divide up the work. So one or two board members form a subcommittee on a specific project or area that are our mandates. And so Sushma and Ingrid are Hazardous Waste Management Plan Subcommittee, who are the most deeply engaged, as you know. The rest of us have had briefings and attended workshops, but we'll hear from them first. And any questions or comments or reporting out.
I mean, I think you were going to lead the presentation, but I just had a question maybe before we get into that. Okay. So I know you started the presentation with a summary of kind of the 3-year process. Every 3 years, you know, there's you know, meant to be. Well, that's my question. Is it are you treating it as a new plan every 3 years? And I know you said the iterative process, you know, or is kind of the every 3 years meant to be, you know, just tweaks or updates, looking at new information? Just wanting to make sure like how you're kind of seeing the 3-year process in terms of how you're approaching it.
I think the answer is yes, all of the above. There's probably going to be some items that take a while to implement or to change or to modify, build up, and some that can be done now, some that might take a year, some that might take a few months. So yes, and so I think it's going to be items that want to carry through or need to carry through into future plans. We'll do that. Waste reduction, for example, that's always going to be a thing.
But is it your sense that there'll be then like, you know, the 2025 plan and then the 2028 plan, like, or are you revising the plan to update it based on new information or need, or are they going to be like kind of standalone plans every 3 years? Or
I'm not sure. I think fine. We'll have to see how they build on each other. I think the iterative nature of them will.
I can offer one point of clarity, which is the plan will have like short, medium, long-term goals that go beyond that 3-year period. So the goals are not confined to the 3-year period. If that helps with a little bit additional clarity.
So there's vision, there's the practicality of what you can get done, and you move along with a vision that you want to make progress on.
Yes, exactly.
And then evaluate that progress or any changes you have to make.
Yep.
Because I think we're trying to hold vision and practicality at the same time, all of us. We don't want to lose vision.
Thank you. And that's well said. And that was a key takeaway from the subcommittee's feedback that we were just reviewing this week, is that vision will be the overarching, future, long-term, what are we reaching for? Where are we headed? And we actually received that feedback from some other stakeholders who have been participating in the workshops. We sat down with SEED and they gave us the same feedback, some clarity on the vision of where is that long-term vision headed. And so we will make sure we provide that in the plan, and then that will continue to guide the goals that are and the actions that we're defining in each of the plans.
Thank you for that. Okay. Would you like me to get started, Ingrid, and then you can chime in again? All right, perfect. Okay, so as Jeannie mentioned earlier, Ingrid and I are part of the subcommittee that's been working with Ryan on to shape the hazardous waste management plan draft. Previously, we had a view of the hazardous waste management report prior to release, and we provided recommendations to strengthen it. So similarly, we saw a view of the draft plan that was shared with us, I want to say about 3 to 4 weeks ago. Since then, we have not seen the version that of the plan draft that was shared with us yesterday, but the version of the draft plan that was shared with us a few weeks ago, we reviewed it internally and provided, in addition to verbal guidance on a weekly, bi-weekly basis, we've also provided some written commentary to the hazardous waste management plan team. The written feedback includes a few different pieces of content. One is we looked at SB 158, what is mandated in terms of what is required to be included in the plan. So we compared the version we had against the requirements in the plan. Second, we looked at our own recommendations that we had made when the report was shared with us. We had a list of 6 recommendations that we had spoken about at previous board meetings and had written a memo about. So we looked at those set of recommendations. And then we also made an attempt to kind of recast the plan draft version that we received to more align with what we were expecting. So these 3 pieces of information we pulled together in a written document and shared that with the hazardous waste management plan team. At this point, we don't really know how much of those recommendations were included in the latest draft that was shared with us yesterday. So we will review that and continue to work with the DTSC team to understand how best to align our kind of expectations with kind of where the plan exists today. So with that being said, the plan for us as a board is that the subcommittee will write a memo that summarizes the written feedback that we've provided to DTSC, share it with all of you, and then the BES staff will kind of help circulate the memos so that you all are aware of our recommendations before DTSC team does their briefings with each of you. So that is the plan going forward. So just know that you will get this written feedback from us. But at a very high level, there was 3 different themes that we have summarized and surfaced to the DTSA team. First, our expectation and reading of the 158 is that this hazardous waste management plan is intended to lay out a broader vision and provide recommendations that advance the vision, but that are grounded in the data that came out of the report process. So we felt like more work needed to be done on this old draft to lay out this broader vision and have it be a true North Star for the state of California. So that is number one. The second piece was that the last version of the draft recommendation plan we saw had a long list of recommendations, and we are looking for a prioritized list of recommendations that really move the needle in terms of this vision. So that was our second set of recommendations, is how can the state really advance this visionary goal by taking tactical actions that are prioritized and vetted, so that it doesn't become a laundry list of recommendations that lives alongside the strategic plan, which is another set of actions then that DTSC is proposing to take. How many of these actions are net new coming out of this visionary exercise versus how many of them are actions that DTSC has to take as part of its mandate and it's part of the work that it continues to do as what we call table stakes actions. So we would like to see a version that has a more clearly laid out set of prioritized actions that distinguish between work that DTSC already does as an agency versus work that DTSC is proposing to do in light of this vision that it's laying out. So that was my second comment. Ingrid, do you want to take the third one? Yes, please. Go ahead.
Sure. And so, no, the third recommendation, kind of the bigger theme, was what is really kind of driving vision. And it was our sense that a lot of what was in the draft, the earlier draft that we saw, was focused on capacity and making sure that we're not taking our waste out of the state. And so with that lens, there is the danger that by focusing on that, that we may be looking at, well, how do we, change how we classify hazardous waste so maybe not as much of it is hazardous, or how do we, open up the different areas that we can dispose of hazardous waste? I know the landfill was a really popular one, and so if we're overly focused on capacity and reducing the amount of waste that we take out of the state, which is an important question. I think it's something that we do need to grapple with. And I've always mentioned, if we have that harm reduction lens, kind of overarching everything, I think that's really what needs to be the guiding principle, rather than a focus on capacity and shedding our, kind of the boundaries down of the state. So those are some of the focal points that we have, been discussing and focusing on. And I just wanted to mention, with kind of that first comment, I don't think it would make a lot of sense to have separate plans, like a 2025 plan and a 2028 plan, because I really do see that this plan is to really set the vision of how we manage hazardous waste in the state. And of course, that can include short, medium, and long term. But I wouldn't see a lot of value in having separate plans. So I think it would be my recommendation that we're seeing like what updates are needed rather than having separate plans.
I don't know that we thought there'd be a start from scratch separate plan every 3 years, but rather a refresh, an acknowledgement of what's accomplished, what the barriers were, and towards the vision, and it is we've heard it from both sides. We've heard, don't export your waste. California should keep its waste in here. Oh my God, you have to export your waste because we don't have the space here. We don't have the capacity here. So, addressing that, right, which I think you all are in all the work that you're doing. Those are not easy things to grapple with, and it may take much more time than 3 years to get to it. But if you have the long-term vision and then the incremental, what are you trying to do the first 3 years? What are we trying to do the second 3 years? I think that's gonna help us going forward. But I think you already are looking at it that way, correct? I mean, that's what I'm hearing from both of you. So it's good for us to just all agree that that's how we understand it, that you're not starting from scratch with the 2028. None of us could live through it, right? Or none of you could live through it, but I think that's important work. So thank you for that.
I'm going to add one last thing, which is that I want to acknowledge that this is a difficult process. This is not easy. This is the first time we're doing this. And it is difficult, especially when you're grounded in the work that came out of the report. There's the report is telling you what are we grappling with here and now. And here we are as a board thinking about where do we need to go. And there's plenty of work, a non-trivial amount of work that needs to be done to bridge the two things of where we are here today and where do we need to go. But I think this plan is a very important opportunity for us to do this hard work and articulate it, and so that it becomes this kind of guiding document for the department and the board's work. And that's how we see it is. And we're committed to kind of continue to work with the hazardous waste management plan team to get us to where we need to go.
Do you have anything else, Ryan, in response to that? We'll open it up for any public comment, or we'll do SSFL for public comment. Any other board comment?
I just have a comment I heard I was asking Ingrid, and I'll ask it out loud. for the committee, I heard that you have provided input and you're going to provide additional input based on the current draft. I think I heard you, Sushma, that that's going to be shared with the whole board.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
think, yes,
While we
please.
do that, of course, to be in compliance, there'll be briefings from
Yeah.
our staff.
Right now, you've all had briefings on the workshop already
Yes.
by our technical
Yes,
team, and then you'll have briefings with Ryan and his team coming up. I think over the next week or two. So you'll have a lot of briefings coming up. And so you'll also hear from our team, the hazardous waste subcommittee, on where we are with the plan. What are some of the comments that the board subcommittee has had? We'll have that as a memo shared with you, but like myself, Firdos, Linda, Shana, our technical team will be meeting with the rest of the board members as well and giving them updates on where we're at.
That's helpful because I'll look at it and once we get want to make sure that we're not duplicating comments. That's why I was asking the question I'm asking, and that I'm able to add on if there's anything else. That's the whole idea.
And I'll just add, this is going to be a long process. We have 3 hearings next year that we're going to have on this plan. Where we're going to hear from the public, hear from the other board members, and then ultimately after the hearing, the board, it'll be up to adopt the final version of this. So this is a long process.
Long haul.
And
Thank you.
And the goal in this is not to get to a point where we're voting up or down, but we understand and we've collaborated and we feel good about it. The idea is no surprise by the time you're having a vote. You know what you're doing, you know what can be done, you know there's been cohesion and collaboration. So it's not just waiting to get something and then having a vote. So I think the work that has to be done between now and next March, April, May, and through the summer is pretty significant. So thank you, Brian. Did you have anything else?
One piece that I wanted to add, and this is we talked about it a bit in some of our meetings. Items, table stakes, that kind of thing, things that the department should be doing. Well, we also talked about earlier in about 2015 time period, the department didn't have resources to do table stakes work. Still doesn't. Part of planning is to bring those back, get that capability to do those things again, because that forms a big part of the bigger vision.
Right.
So those items are very important because they're not being done. Why they're in there. And so wanted to leave with that as you guys start reading the draft, because that's a big part of the context of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think our last bucket in the leadership report is SSFL. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. So I think everyone's familiar with Santa Susana Lab.
We are.
Okay. Director Butler and I went out about 2 weeks ago, a month ago, or something like that. It's pretty amazing. A very large piece of property. Granted, some of it has been contaminated by historical operations, but there's a good bit of the property that still remains in its natural state. So that was interesting because oftentimes I go to hazardous waste sites and rarely do they look not like hazardous waste sites. So that was a positive. What we want to talk about today is the cleanup workshops. We have an issue in our soils cleanup on the NASA and DOE properties. And so we're reaching out to the public to talk about this issue because we're at a point where we need to resolve this issue in order to go forward with the soil cleanup. And so this is our guiding principles as we're looking at this issue. We want to make sure that the responsible parties are held accountable. We want to make sure that they meet a background cleanup standard. And we want to address all the contamination that they caused on the property. But we also want to balance that with protecting the ecosystem, wildlife, threatened endangered species, and the cultural resources of tribal parties. And most importantly, get to final cleanup. it's been a long time in the process. We want to see some decisions being made and get to clean up. And I think everybody wants that. Okay. Just a quick overview. It's a large acre, 2,850 acre site in Simi Valley. I already talked about it. It has some endangered species, tribal and cultural site. Historically, it was a rocket engine testing facility, and a nuclear research also took place under DOE and Boeing. 3 responsible parties: Boeing, the National Aeronautics Space Administration, NASA, and then Department of Energy. DTSC is the lead agency overseeing all of the cleanup. So this is just a quick overview of the documents, enforcement documents that we have in place. In 2007, DTSC and the 3 PRPs entered into 1 consent order, and that covers all the groundwater. The second one, major one, was in 2010, and there are 2 administrative orders on consent with NASA and DOE, and that requires the soil cleanup on both NASA and DOE's property to a background standard, which is a very stringent standard. And then the third one was with Boeing in 2002, and it requires a risk-based cleanup for the chemicals, and for the radionuclides, it requires a background cleanup. So actually, a lot has been happening over the years, even though we haven't gotten to a final document. There's been 15 discrete cleanup of soils. Most recently, there have been 2 emergency imminent substantial endangerment orders with, or findings with Boeing. So they are about to finish 2 big removal actions: the former shooting range and Area 1 burn pit. We think that will be completed this calendar year. We've done a lot of public engagement, which is ongoing, and then we certified the program environmental impact report. There have also been, let's see here, I wrote down 15,000 sampling locations have over the years with multiple depths. So we have had a lot of characterization of the site as well. So what we really want to focus on right now is the cleanup on the NASA DOE properties. So it's a cleanup to background. Background would be there naturally before there have been any operations. And so under the order, we're required to test samples that are representative of background and develop lookup tables. So a table that has our cleanup goals for particular contaminants. And so there's about 130 chemical contaminants on that list. It's a very large list. And the properties we looked at to evaluate for background were 2 properties located near but not at the site. And the community was part of that, finding those locations and walking the site before the sampling was done so that we had some buy-in from the community about those locations. So these are the challenges that we've come to. A lot of the lookup tables, the 130 different contaminants, these are very stringent standards, often magnitudes lower than what would be considered otherwise health protective. So very stringent standards under the lookup table. And what we're finding is that we get a lot of false positives. So just looking at our background properties where we determined what background was, about half of those samples failed the lookup table numbers. So because of that, we have a problem. And I think part of it is because, one, under the AOCs, you can't do area averaging. It's a 1 sampling location at a time. And if you have a really low lookup table amount, you just get right above it. Well, then you're supposed to remove, and then you have 130 contaminants. So it's just really difficult when they're that low over a large piece of property. And so that's the issue that we're coming to. We don't want to take away and destroy property or this ecosystem that is not contaminated by historical operations. But we want to get what they caused and have them clean it up. So we're here in this moment. We're at a place where we need to find a different path forward on how to make sure that we're consistent with background, we're health protective, and it's something that will not destroy the ecosystem. So we came up with a multiple lines of evidence approach. And that would mean if a particular sample failed one of the lookup tables, we would look at that and see if it's still health protective. several different things we would look at it to see is it still consistent with background, determine whether or not that particular property or piece of that one sample location was contaminated by historical operations. I am doing a very abridged version of what actually the toxicologist would say. So we held a virtual meeting on December 10th, and it was about an hour and a half, 2-hour presentation. It was really technically dense because we really wanted the community to understand the problem, how complicated it is, and our potential approach. And after that, we had questions and answers, but it was a lot of information. And really, not only do we want them to understand what the problem is and what our potential way to solve it, but we're welcome to hear any other ideas they have. If someone has a better approach that meets those guiding principles, we're happy to hear it. We're just not seeing a better or different way right now, but happy to hear what other people have to say. So we will have our next one on December 10th. It will be in person. There'll be tables around the room. It'll be more like an open house kind of thing. People want to ask questions. So that will happen next week. And I believe you also asked about specific feedback we got after our presentation. 130 people attended, so that was a very large outpouring of people. A lot of questions and answers. Several of them were in the chat. We tried to answer those in real time, but we also had a lot of verbal questions. It was a mix. Some people were not happy at all with the approach. Other people were. It was definitely a range. But we know it was a lot to take in also in 1 2-hour period of time. We have the video is recorded. You can find it on DTSC's website. We also have back sheets and shorter videos from a 5 to 7 minute kind of chunk to help explain this to people so they could go and look at it over, and many times that they need to in order to understand where we're coming from. And I think that's about it. Do you have any questions for me?
Ingrid? Yeah. Thank you for that. I think that, are you seeing that, because this is such a long history on this site, you're unpacking historical questions and concerns that have just held firm through the process, and how the community engagement, I'm sure, it's just old, right? I mean, I remember the settlement agreement was one of the first things we witnessed, I think in October of 22 or something, with the water, the water board and the agreements. Mm-hmm. And the background always seems to be the question, how to get to background, right? So that's what you're grappling with.
Yes.
And you're grappling with the community who's been waiting a really long time for that grapple to happen.
Yes.
So to the extent that we now have a subcommittee for SSFL, Ingrid, working group, we're calling it, not a subcommittee.
Sorry, just to differentiate, subcommittees are what's mandated by SB 158. Working groups are like extra important issues that the board has taken up, but it's not necessarily a mandate from SB 158, just to clarify.
But we think it is basically a mandate for the board to pay attention to this, even if it wasn't called out in 158. So that's why we want to work. And we all have been working with the SSFL people. So I think it's really great that you're jumping in like this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We want to build trust with the community, and I know there's a history there, and that's what we want to do. We want to build a relationship and move the project forward in a way that people can accept and feel safe.
Thank you. Okay, so do you have something, Alexis?
Just a question. The sort of vexing dilemma of your background samples coming back maybe with false positives and the like. Do you feel from an analytic chemistry point of view that are all the samples going to the same lab? Do you have different certified labs looking at splits? How are you getting to the bottom of that?
There were definitely different labs that were used. And I'm probably not the best person to explain this, but lab capability is a problem. If we're going to have to go these really strict lookup table levels, we're having the PRPs, the RPs are having a hard time finding labs that can actually meet at a detection limit that low on some of those. So that's a problem.
Yeah.
They're having a hard time finding background source material offsite to actually meet the lookup tables to make fill if they remove. So that's another problem. And so they would have to find a lab that's capable of actually meeting those very strict, detection levels.
Yeah, an issue in the state, not unique to soil analytic work. Thanks.
Sure.
I think, and then for those.
Yeah, and maybe I will say something here because obviously this is a very complicated issue. The science is difficult. You're having very, very different interpretations of data. So as a board member and, as a, part of the working group, it's difficult, for me to be like, okay, this data means this or this. It's not really our role. And so, what I am hoping that we can help with is like, what are some processes that, that maybe we can help navigate? I've talked about it before, is like, certain things at the Excite site, it might be lessons learned in terms of, better processes, whether it be a monitor, having some independent testing, split sampling, those types of things that can maybe help move the needle. So to the extent that we can find paths forward, using, maybe lessons learned from other sites, that would be something that I'm particularly interested in looking at. And I know there's tag grants and there's like, other things that might be possible that haven't been in the past, that could maybe help navigate the situation. I just love that.
Yeah, welcome the conversation. I don't think we're going to solve it today, but welcome the conversation.
And I think for those, is going to report out now. Firdaus can you get her up? There she is.
Good afternoon. I would like to report out that the BES team members, including myself, attended the last virtual workshop on soil smarts held on November 20th, which was quite technical and informative, as Dan mentioned, discussed the multiple lines of evidence approach and some of the challenges with the background cleanup. There was a lot of comments and questions from the public as well. We will also attend the in-person workshop next week, so we're looking forward to that. We're also in the process of reaching out to community groups, and a meeting is currently being coordinated. And that is all for my report out.
That's great. Okay. Now we'll go to public comment for everything that you heard under the director's reports. Any public comment, we'll do that, and then we'll take a short break.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will now open the floor for public comment for agenda item number 5, the DTSC Leadership Report. We're going to go ahead and check in with our Zoom participants first. Please raise your virtual hand if you would like to comment on this item. And also, if our Spanish interpreters can also see if anyone would like to virtually comment on this item. It does look like we have one hand up, Parents Against SSFL. So I'm going to ask you to unmute. Please accept the invitation. You will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. This is Melissa Bumstead with Parents Against Santa Susana Field Lab. I want to say hello to all the members of the board and thank you for this opportunity to speak. Also wanted to say especially for Ms. Bostrom working with us as a I'm sorry, I forget if we're not a subcommittee or group or however it is. We've appreciated meeting with her and look forward to scheduling a second appointment that she's requested. And, as a community member, that really makes me feel heard and listened to, and that's been exceptional. I just really want to say thank you for that. I wanted to point out a few things about this last meeting with the Soil Smarts. The PEIR for the Santa Susana Field Lab, first of all, allows huge exemptions. Exemptions that should not exist. They're not justifiable. That already sets aside 60% of the NASA and Department of Energy property from being cleaned up at all. Completely exempted. No cleanup. Even in radioactive areas or areas where there are contaminants known to harm human health. So the 40% that they're talking about background, that's the only part that's being even discussed right now for background, is this 40% chemical constituents only right now in this discussion that DTSC is bringing up. So that's a first point that's very upsetting, is that we were told originally that the entire space, which again is not covering the entire field lab, these are areas that are not naturally existing anymore. There's concrete slabs. There's still paving from the roads. There's still a lot of industry left over, even if the buildings themselves aren't there. This is not it's not virgin land. So we were told that 100% of that would be cleaned up to background. That was back in 2010. Now we're being told that 60% of that won't be cleaned up, and the 40% that's left is not going to be cleaned up to background, because really what this is just renaming. And we saw that before. We saw that with the recreational cleanup. The numbers changed, but they still called it a residential with garden cleanup, even though it matched the values of a recreational. That's what we're seeing here, because background is not supposed to use health risk evaluations. And out of 3 out of the 5 levels, which is that technical part that was mentioned that wasn't gone over in this meeting, at 3 of the 5 levels of consideration if contamination should be removed, now uses risk-based process. So that is not a background cleanup. I'm looking forward to meeting again with Ms. Bostrom and going over this and trying to find a way to help DTSC and our community really reach the same goals. Right now, it's a very separate conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Melissa. Do we have a response to that, Pam?
Yeah, I would like to say a couple of things. First of all, thank you for calling in and your comment. There's some certain points there we don't agree on, but what I do want to do is welcome a conversation. I do think that was be the next step forward, is having a conversation. This is a cleanup to background on a point by point basis, cleanup to background. And the multiple lines of evidence is one way we determine to get around this false positive problem. If there's another way to get around it, we love to hear it and have that conversation with anyone to do that. Thank you so much for your comment, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
Thank you, Than, and thank you, Melissa.
Checking to see any more virtual participants in Zoom that would like to make a public comment. Please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. Seeing none. For those participants in the room, anyone would like to make a public comment? Seeing none. Spanish interpreters, can you just please verify that we don't have anyone waiting? You are all on it. Wonderful. Thank you, Aldo and Leticia. So no Spanish comments. So that does conclude the public comment for items, all those items on agenda number 5, the DTSC leadership report.
Thank you, Courtney. And Member Brostrom has one more comment or question.
Yeah, I was hoping to, I'm not sure how long people are staying, but because we do happen to be in the Berkeley office today, and there's been quite some big news in the Los Angeles Times, the San Francisco Chronicle, I did want to just raise the issue of the Albany bulb and our initial sampling results that showed gamma radiation, likely caused by alum. deposits, and at least 10 elevated sites. So that has, I know, been a big issue that's just come up this week. And I know we were just talking about, radiation at another site. So I just wanted to know, I know we talked about this some months ago before we had any of the results back, but just wanting to kind of put on the radar, one is a continuing interest in what is DTSC's role, particularly now that there has been radiation found, and I know there's going to be additional testing there. But yes, if DTSC has a continuing role, I know the Water Board has been taking lead, but given where the samples were elevated, that seems to be less a water issue and more a land issue. So just wanting to indicate my continuing interest in this and to see whether DTSC has been engaged and has a formal role.
Thank you, Than.
Sure. So oftentimes, because we have the water boards and DTSC have oversight authority, that they go one route or the other. Now, I don't know, and I have to look into specifically what conversations have happened between the water board and DTSC on this particular issue. If the water board's the lead, we're generally not involved in everything that's happening, but you're right, this has a lot of visibility, and I'm going to have to report back on exactly what we're doing. Okay.
Thank you for that. And so we'll look forward to that. We don't have to wait for the next board meeting, Tan. If you get any communication, Swati can distribute it, but we'll put that on obviously Alexis is putting it on the action items. So thank you. Let's take a 6.5-minute bio break. Just because we can.
How many stalls are there? Yeah.
Pardon?
How many stalls are there in the
There's not enough. 7.5 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are about to join in on item 6 for info sheet number 2 for the SB 673 track 2 info sheet. It is 1:58, and we have a quorum. All members. Yeah, all members. She is present. She's right. Yeah, she is present. We have all members present. We maintain a quorum. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Courtney. And
is it on? Okay. Thank you, Chair Rizzo. And I just wanted to say, hearing about your departure, you always bring such a positive and happy energy to these meetings. So whoever becomes chair has really large shoes to fill. Yes, happy and positive. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And difficult. So it's good for us to be together collectively in a positive way to try to solve some of them. We're all in the same team. We all want the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So show us how you're going to do.
All right.
All right.
All right. Well, good afternoon, esteemed board members, and a fond hello to our community members and stakeholders, both in the room and online. Today's presentation focuses on DTSC's proposed framework to address community vulnerability in the permitting process. So Senate Bill 673 required DTSC to consider adopting new hazardous waste permit criteria in California regulations and to implement programmatic reforms. DTSC responded to SB 673 in 2 tracks. So track 1 was completed in 2019, and it included regulations for a violation scoring procedure, health risk assessment, facility training plans, and enhanced financial assurance. And track 2 generally pertains to issues of community vulnerability and setback distance, and is the focus of today's presentation. So for track 2, DTSC created a revised framework that addresses and incorporates the public comments that we've received up to date. This revised framework identified 3 goals. Sorry, I didn't realize I was the flipper. Oh.
Sorry, other, yep.
Okay. No. Okay, there we are. The framework and the revised framework identifies 3 goals, which are summarized in this slide that you see here.
This framework and the feedback that we receive on it is going to help guide and inform us on the draft regulatory package that we plan to roll out in the coming year. And today's presentation focuses on goal 2, which is to consider community vulnerability in our permit decisions and conditions. So we have been releasing this revised conceptual framework in the form of informational sheets to help inform the communities, stakeholders, and facilities of what we plan to include in the rollout of the Track 2 regulatory package. So the framework is conceptual, it's to get feedback so that we can incorporate that into the draft regulatory package that we will put together. So we hope to receive ongoing feedback as we release each info sheet. Info sheet number 1 focused on early community engagement, and it was released on August 5th of this year. Info sheet 2 focuses on community vulnerability and was released on October 28th. And info sheet number 3 is in progress and will focus on setback distance. So as I said before, we hope to receive continued feedback as we release each of these. Info sheet 1 was released in August of this year. This slide shows a summary of statistics to show our outreach and engagement activities with info sheet 1, and that included sending info sheet out via email, outreach to media, tribes, and legislative staff, and promotion on social media. We continue to encourage stakeholders from both the public and industry to submit comments via email, survey, or submit verbal or written comments at these board meetings. So now let's jump into the details of info sheet 3. The first page of info sheet 2. The first page of info sheet 2 is shown here, and the full document can be accessed by this QR code on the slide or by conducting a search for DTSC's SB 673 webpage online. In the presentation today, I will break down info sheet 2 into its parts to help describe how we plan to incorporate community vulnerability into our permit decision process. So community vulnerability describes how a population is at risk of negative impacts from factors that include but are not limited to public health, socioeconomics, and environmental pollution burdens. DTSC recognizes that communities across California are adversely impacted by issues such as inequities in public health, socioeconomic disparities, and environmental pollution burdens. In info sheet 2, we are proposing a framework that seeks to use standardized criteria to identify those disadvantaged communities so that a permit applicant and DTSC can assess if the facility's hazardous waste operations may impact existing vulnerabilities or create new ones. So what you see here on this slide is a flowchart that illustrates what DTSC is proposing. When a facility wishes to apply for a new permit or a permit renewal or wishes to modify a permit, they would have to take these extra steps. The pink box at the top represents what we proposed in info sheet 1 for the facility to complete early community engagement and incorporate the feedback they received into their permit application. The first green box in the middle there represents the first change we are proposing in info sheet 2. So as part of their permit application that they submit, the facility would need to complete a community vulnerability profile. This would determine if their facility is located in a disadvantaged community. We anticipate that this would be a brief, standardized worksheet created by DTSC and filled out by the facility. This would help ensure consistency in the process and expectations. So if a community vulnerability profile determines that an applicant's facility is located in a disadvantaged community, then they would need to draft and submit a community vulnerability assessment, which is seen here in that second green box. The assessment would be much more comprehensive, and it would evaluate how the facility's permitted operations might impact the surrounding community, and it is intended to capture the uniqueness of each facility and the uniqueness of each community. As shown in the last slide, one of the main objectives of the community vulnerability profile would be to determine if the facility is located in a disadvantaged community and to identify the criteria that is driving that designation. So for this, DTSC is proposing to use the 2022 Cal EPA final designation of disadvantaged communities as the basis for identifying which communities are disadvantaged. Additionally, this profile would serve as the location where all of the pre-application community input is summarized and discussed. DTSC is proposing that it would also summarize other sources of pollution in the community to show which environmental burdens are present in the community. These sources could include other contaminated properties, other hazardous waste facilities, large quantity generators of hazardous waste, or major transportation corridors. Lastly, it's important to note that this community vulnerability profile would be publicly available while the permit application is under review. So the community and the stakeholders would be able to see it and follow along in the process. The Cal EPA 2022 final designation of disadvantaged communities relies mostly on scoring from the Cal EnviroScreen tool to determine which communities can be characterized as disadvantaged. For the applicants completing the community vulnerability profile, this is what will determine if they have to take the additional step of completing and submitting an assessment, a community vulnerability assessment in their permit application. Cal EnviroScreen is a publicly available mapping tool developed by the Cal EPA Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, or OEHA, to help identify vulnerable communities that are burdened by pollution from multiple sources. The current version of Cal EnviroScreen includes 21 indicators of community vulnerability and cumulative community impact for each of the 8,000 census tracts in California. Examples of these indicators are shown here, and they include ambient air quality, cardiovascular disease, diesel particulate matter, and unemployment, among others. So that being said, we recognize that Cal EnviroScreen provides insight at the census tract level, and it doesn't always capture the full picture. So what we're proposing is for DTSC to seek what DTS seeking is to increase the pre-application public input so that a community's concerns, their suggestions, and their lived experiences can be considered in the development and review of the permit application. So it will be considered by the applicant and by DTSC when we receive the application. The goal of this is to daylight community concerns upfront in the process and allow the public to better track how these concerns are being addressed throughout the permitting process. The last proposed core element of the community vulnerability profile is a summary of other pollution sources in the community. This could include the surrounding regional air quality, where major transportation corridors exist, and other local pollution sources, such as other industrial facilities. The draft regulations that we will create will provide further detail to define the scope of this element. Now back to that flow chart. So we just discussed the detail of the first green box, the community vulnerability profile. And like I said before, if that profile indicates that the facility is in a disadvantaged community, then there's an additional requirement placed on the applicant. They will have to complete the second green box, which is the community vulnerability assessment. As opposed to being a worksheet that they complete, this assessment would be much more involved and would take the form of a detailed report drafted for public audience. And this assessment would also be available to the public during the application review. So DTSC intends for the assessment to serve as an essential permit application document. It's going to be submitted with the application, and it will be written for a public audience and around which the permit applicant, the community, and DTSC would focus discussion on community vulnerabilities, community lived experiences, and meaningful strategies to address community issues related to facility operations. DTSC permitting staff and subject matter experts will thoroughly review this detailed assessment to ensure that it is accurate, that it is thoughtful, and that it is effective in addressing community issues related to facility operations. DTSC will use this information to consider opportunities for collaboration across different state, federal, and local agencies to help address complex vulnerability issues. And more importantly, the community vulnerability assessment would be used to determine if there's a need to change which units in the facility are permitted, if special conditions need to be incorporated into the permit, or if a permit denial is deemed necessary. The community vulnerability assessment would include some of the following elements. So some are listed here. A summary and discussion of the Callan virus screen indicator scores for the community, a full summary of the facility's environmental monitoring programs to describe what measures and things they have in place to detect and respond to releases from the facility, a summary of the results from the human health risk assessment to communicate impacts on sensitive receptors in the community, a discussion of the community's pre-application input and how it was incorporated into the permit application and how they design their operations, and a history of any documented hazardous releases from the facility. We anticipate that DTSC would prepare a guidance document to make sure that applicants and the public have a clear understanding of what DTSC expects to be included in this assessment and how we plan to review it. So how will this framework be used by DTSC? The community outreach information will inform our efforts to address community concerns, and the community vulnerability information, both the profile and the assessment, would be used to inform DTSC decisions and the development of special permit conditions imposed on the facility to provide further protections. The community vulnerability profiles and assessment documents will be submitted as part of the permit application. This means that they are subject to DTSC's full review by permitting staff and subject matter experts from the fields of toxicology, engineering, geology, communication, and environmental equity. These community vulnerability documents would be equally important as the other permit application materials, and the content of the assessment would help DTSC to apply its existing authority to deny or condition permits in a more informed manner. So how does this proposed framework help benefit the community? This would create a clear mechanism to ensure that community vulnerability is considered and discussed in the permit application. It would require the applicant to seek out community input before submitting an application, and it would require that all input is documented in the application materials along with how they're using that information to change their operations. This framework will help foster a common understanding about community vulnerabilities between a community, a permit applicant, and DTSC. And how does this proposed framework benefit permit applicants? So this would give permit applicants an opportunity to engage with the community at the beginning of the permit application process and build a better relationship with their neighboring communities. The proposed regulatory framework would provide consistency in permit applications for purposes of these two assessments and profiles, and it would clarify requirements and expectations so that the applicants would fully understand what's being expected of them. So we talked all about info sheet 2 and what comes next? DTSC is in the process of developing the revised framework to address facility setback distance, and we hope to release that in early 2025 in the form of info sheet 3. After soliciting input on all of the information sheets, DTSC plans to move in the development of the draft rulemaking package. And in the rulemaking process, there's going to be a minimum 45-day public comment period where we will accept comments and input on the draft regulations and rulemaking package. And after considering all of those comments and incorporating what we feel is necessary, we will adopt final regulations. So I want to leave with this. The most important thing for us is to get all of your feedback from the board, the communities, the stakeholders, and the industry on these info sheets, on these concepts, to help inform us when we develop the draft regulations. So please consider filling out our surveys and providing comments by email. And if you have any questions for all of those folks calling in, you can always contact me or the SB 673 team here. And there's a QR code there where you can scan it to contact that team. So thank you for your time.
Wow, thank you. I'm sure that questions abound. I can see the looks on everyone's face. I have so now we have more stringent future setbacks, and now you have existing facilities who don't have that setback, they don't have that, and they're coming for a permit renewal. And so part of what this is saying is you have to meet it. We can't exempt that. Is that correct? You're not looking at exempting existing facilities who might not be able to meet your new standard.
No, so if they were to apply for a renewal or a modification, they would have to go through this.
Or even a temporary authorization, anything.
Yeah, or a permit modification.
They'd have to meet all those new standards. So there are probably, I know one facility that doesn't have the setback that we all think they should have, and there they would be. They would have to recreate their footprint in order to comply. No? Setbacks? No?
Yeah. Well,
setbacks is a different.
Okay.
Yeah, so the setback distance will come out in info sheet 3. This is more about what defining better the community that surrounds the facility,
Right.
Gaining a better understanding, and then assessing if the facility is contributing to any of those vulnerabilities. And if they are, what things they need to put in place. And if they can't, then potential denial.
Okay. The next one includes the setbacks,
Yes.
which could create that conflict down the line.
But that's for new facilities.
That's for just new facilities?
We haven't fine-tuned that yet.
Okay.
More to
That's what I'm asking.
Info sheet 3.
Okay. And so you're not talking about changes to Enviro screens so much as as this set of standards that runs parallel with Enviro screen.
Yeah, we would use the Enviro screen data
To inform it.
to help determine which facilities are disadvantaged or which facilities lay next to or in disadvantaged communities.
That's helpful. Thank you. Board questions? Sushma?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I have 2 questions.
Do you have the mic close to you?
Yes,
Okay,
right here.
very good.
Thank you for this. Really happy to see the progress. My first question is about enforcement on the quality of the assessments you receive from facilities. How do you ensure and how do you incentivize that facilities to provide comprehensive and complete assessment data to you?
Yeah, that's a great question. So this assessment or profile will be part of the permit application, and the way we review all of the components of the permit application, we look at it with the fine-tooth comb, with subject matter experts chiming in. And if let's say they submit an assessment and we feel that it has deficiencies, we would include that in our notice of deficiency process, and they should be responsive to that. If they are not being responsive to that, then we would take adverse action. So very similar to how we would respond to, let's say, a seismic report. So we're not going to just take their word for it. We're not going to just accept whatever they send to us. It's not a check the box process. It has to be meaningful, effective, thoughtful, and we have our experts looking in to make sure that that's happening.
Okay. So if I were to play this back, you expect that the community assessment review is running in parallel with the permit application review itself?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then how do you envision any timeline implications? Because you're adding an extra step in the process. And in our past conversations, we've heard about how we're trying to minimize continued permits. So can you speak a little bit about how you intend to ensure that you're able to deliver this extra step within the same timeline guardrails
With fewer people.
with fewer people?
Yeah, that's a great question, and a question that Alexis had also brought up too. So it's going to be very important for us when we draft these, the reg package, that's for telling the facility what they must do. Also, what we will be working on are internal processes and procedures and standard work processes to create how we will be responding to them. And so it's important for us to create, as we receive these assessments, what are going to be, maybe even create like a checklist, or what are the things that we're looking for, who's going to have to review this. And so we're going to have to take a look and see how we're going to address this. We don't want this to add time to our process, and we'll have to take it back to see how we can make sure that that doesn't happen. And there's some creative ways that we've thought about, but still in the works.
So this brings me back to my first point, which is about ensuring that you receive high quality assessments so that you minimize the work on DTSC's part to evaluate and then do this back and forth with the facility. So I wonder if there's more you can do to ensure and incentivize that the first assessment you get is really solid so that you are investing less time.
Yeah,
Even if
that's a
there's
great
fines
question.
or other mechanisms you can consider.
So we've done like a light version of this for the Kettleman Hills landfill decision. We did a Callan virus screen report. So we kind of have that to start off with. That's not necessarily what it will look like, but that was like, dipping our toe into the water. That's one thing. The other piece is that we have a pre-application meeting with the applicants well before they submit their applications. And that's when we would share with them the guidance documents, and here's what our expectations of, and here are the components and elements of these documents that we expect to be complete in order for you to be successful. So we're hoping that all of that upfront engagement will help ensure that we get a quality application and a quality assessment and profile.
So my invitation is for you to evaluate whether it makes sense to build more teeth into the process. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Okay, I think Georgette, you had a question?
Yeah, I have a couple, I have two questions perhaps. One is if we can pull up slide 7. I was a little bit confused, or at least I want to see if you can walk me through it.
Sure. I would be happy to.
Okay.
But I can't bring up the slide.
No.
We're working on that right now to bring that back up.
Are we bringing it up back?
Yeah, I'm going to work to bring it back.
So basically my question is, after the assessment, it goes into either the no or the yes.
After the profile. The
profile
is like,
I'm sorry, yeah, profile. It goes to no and then yes. What makes it, what are the determinants?
So the profile
that part.
determines if the community that the facility is in or next to is a disadvantaged community based on majority of the Callan virus screen data. If it is a disadvantaged community, then they have to do that full hefty assessment. If it's not, and then they're in this perfect location where everything's good, they carry on and move forward.
So they go into the yes.
They go into the yes, which means they don't have to complete the assessment.
Got it. Okay. So that's not determining if it moves forward for, okay, I got it now.
It doesn't determine if they'll get a permit.
Okay, so then continue with permit process, and then the other one is assessment.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
And the assessment is going to be much heftier than the profile.
Yeah. If I understood you, or maybe I heard you, I heard wrongly. This no, it's the assessment. The assessment, which is comprehensive, right, based on the Callan viral. Yeah. The assessment is not determining if that particular industry is harming the impacted community.
It will. It will assess if the facility operations are impacting any of those vulnerabilities that were identified.
So how do they do that? Because I think this is the rub, right? Where it's, how do you, air is polluted. How does one assessing, then this is where the pushback from the community is, because sometimes it's put on the community, well, you have to show that that particular entity is the entity harming. How does that entity that we're opposed and we're telling them, now you have to prove that you're not? How do they do that?
Well,
technology
it would
is
be on
there out
them
there?
to showcase that, whether they showcase how their operations work, how their equipment works, if they have emission control equipment alongside their units, and they usually have monitoring that they do. And then if we assess that that doesn't exist, then that might be a permit condition that we impose on them and say, you know what, you have to increase your monitoring and you have to submit these reports to us, and then that'll help determine. And at any point, we can say like, okay, this is, you know, even outside of this, if we get information that there's releases, we can impose additional conditions on the facilities to make them more protective. Okay. So part of this assessment will be looking at that and then determining, here's how we know that we're not contributing to that vulnerability. And we do a check to see, does that make sense? Or are they really not able to determine that? And you need to add more monitoring equipment in order to be better able to determine that. And that would be a permit condition that we would impose on them for increased protection.
Okay, so from the community lens, though, if they're saying enough is enough, how do they push back? Like, putting conditions is good, but not for the community. It's good for the industry because they're going to be allowed to continue within certain barriers.
Conditions are good for the community because there are things that we impose on them, kind of like make the facility take these extra measures to be more protective, so that's to better protect the communities. Info sheet 1 talked about that early community engagement because we recognize Cal and Virus Screen is not the end all of what exists. That's where that early engagement, where communities will chime in and say, hey, here's the issues that we have, here are the concerns that we have, here's what we've been noticing. You know, I walked by and there was this thing that I noticed, or so-and-so said that. And that information is what the applicant will have to address and respond to, and that we will review also. Okay. So that's part of it. We want the community to be able to share their lived experience and not just use Cal and Virus Screen data and that's the end of it. We want to hear from the communities, and we want to have the community's voices help inform this review process and the final determination and decision.
Okay. My other question is, and I still have a lot of questions about that, but I'll let it go now. My other question is, on the next steps, you laid out several processes, but there's no timeline to it.
Yes.
Can you tell us, when are we expecting to adopt these regulations?
So it takes the draft rulemaking package can take a full year. And so our goal is to have it drafted in 2025. And I would say sometime in 2026, we're hoping to be able to implement this, but you know, of course, other things come into play, but that's our goal.
Okay. I hope that perhaps we can have a more firmer timeline, just because this has been something in the works for quite a while.
Yeah.
So I think we're getting to that point. At least I'm getting to that point where I would want us to be more firmer.
Yeah, fully understand. And like Sterling said, when she said we're closer to the finish line than we've ever been before, we're actually getting really close to it. The draft rulemaking is a great step to be at. That's like getting very close to the finish line.
Yeah. And this is great when we're talking about it, which is great. But I think if we put a date, it would even get us closer to something.
Sure. I'll work with the team. And when we do our info sheet 3 presentation, we'll try to see if we can put a date or a small date range.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's good.
I have a question, and then maybe more for the board. Oh, question for you as well. So, will there be I know you have the surveys. I know you're probably receiving comments as well. In terms of just process, will there be updated information sheets, or how will you incorporate the suggestions or comments received? Is it just going to be in the draft reg that happens, or is there going to be another round of this?
We don't plan to have another round of info sheets. We plan to incorporate all of those comments into the draft regulation, but those also will be open for public comment.
Okay, so then there'll be a
And all
potential
the,
other round.
yeah, all these great questions that you guys ask us are really helpful because it makes sure that we're thinking about all of it as we're putting together those draft regulations, as well as our internal documents, our internal guidance documents. So, all your comments are very, very helpful in that.
And then the other thing, I know I really do appreciate the opportunity as one of the subcommittee members to meet with you and your team. I just wanted to say, kind of like the big picture for me, kind of comment that I've had on this particular information sheet is the lack of clarity on how DTSC will be using the information gleaned from the assessment. I think you've put a lot of thought in terms of what the information is, that you'll be looking at in terms of your analysis, but it's not clear yet from the information sheet on what your analysis is. And I know in the information sheet, and kind of to your point, Georgette, it does talk about, there is a process for like granting or denying the permit. And this, you said, will be kind of included in that overarching analysis. And so it does seem like this could be a basis for permit denial.
Absolutely.
But it's not clear like how DTSC will be doing that assessment. And I think, having more clarity for the regulated entities, for the communities, for all the stakeholders would be really useful if we could get a little bit more detail. And I understand like you might not want to have like a bright line rule, but even having more information on how DTSC will be assessing this information, I think would be very critical.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great comment.
I think that goes to a comment that I had, which is if there was an example of a facility and you walked through this whole process and demonstrated what would happen, what would be the decision points on a denial, on pushing back, on requiring something?
I can give you a very hypothetical.
Yeah.
Very hypothetical.
Yeah.
Let's say there's a facility and it's determined that there are emissions from their operations. And so we say, okay, if you really want to continue to operate, you have to like either enclose it or install this, dust collection system or something else. They refuse to do that, then we would deny and say, well, you're not being protective. You're not taking, you're not going to add this extra thing that we want to impose on you, then that could lead to denial.
Something as dramatic as a release, obviously, it would be easy for anyone to get that you shouldn't do that. But I'm talking more those community vulnerability on a scale of X to Y, 1 to 10. Are you going to say, well, 1s and 2s are okay, but 7 and 8s are not? Like, what's the thing that makes you deny? Community vulnerability is a broad term and has a lot of elements in it. Are they scored the way, not that we like the scoring of EnviroScreen particularly, but is there a score for them or something that triggers, and that's clear to community? They got a 7, they're done. They either fix it or they're closed, or they got a 2, that's not that bad. And we're going to let them go forward with minor mitigation. I'm imagining the other end of it, where you're the community group identifying this issue that sometimes is not just the DTSC, but there are other agencies or land use, or, I can imagine conflicts around some of that. So are there going to be definitive numbers that you can rely on and use to say, nope, this doesn't work? You either fix it or you're done.
So we don't have that yet.
But that is a goal.
Yeah. I don't know if the goal will end with a definitive number because a lot of this stuff is site specific. Their operations are so unique and where they're situated is so unique and, all of that stuff. So, but we are looking to how can we effectively use this assessment, having some sort of like things in place that these are the things that we're looking for and these are the things that will raise red flags and say, okay, something has to be done.
So a red flag could trigger something. I think for the community trust and understanding of, that they are protected, that we are protected, you have to know what results in a denial and what would be, well, it's not so bad. And I think what we hear from them all the time is that's not so bad goes through, as opposed to the very dramatic things. I mean, we're dealing with, say, a Chiquita Canyon now. Pretty dramatic. I don't think anybody's questioning whatever you do with Chiquita Canyon, but other ones are they're not as crystal clear. So I just hope we can get as much clarity at the granular vulnerability level that allows for decisions. So.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Our team is taking notes. That's why I'm not taking notes, but we're capturing all of this stuff.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah.
We try.
Yeah.
Sushma?
I'm just excitedly adding on to Jeannie's point, which is ultimately when I heard you say that you're going to hear the community voice and take into consideration, the flag that came up for me is there is a subjective component of the analysis. We would, to the extent possible, like to objectify it, and which means metrics and benchmarks. There might be some component that is still subjective.
Or Swathi, it's metrics.
Yes,
or Ingrid. If there are subjective elements, call out specifically what those subjective elements are, so that there's less kind of gray area, not just for the community, but also for the facilities. No facility wants to feel like a community, because they're vocal, is simply getting DTSC to make a permit decision one way or the other.
Yeah, and this assessment will include a health risk assessment, and that will have a lot more of those details and quantifying things and running. I forgot what the word is, Jesse, when you're running like an analysis of what it looks like on the health risk assessment. A model, yes, when you're modeling it.
Okay.
Yeah, when you're modeling, okay, this is how it's impacting, this is how the operations are running.
Alexis, did you have something? And then we'll go to public comment.
I appreciate working with you and your team. I feel like Ingrid and I and the other parts of the BES staff really feel that it's a very positive and helpful engagement.
Likewise.
A couple of things that come to mind are in some of the facilities that we've visited with DTSC, you can hear the community frustration about a facility, and the source of that frustration may not be that facility. You may be in a fairly concentrated industrial land use area. There may be odors. The odors may not come from that facility, but that may be the community's lived experience. And I think going back to what Sushma was saying about subjectivity and objectivity, something I brought up, we need to find a way through that maze. There may be air district permits, and facilities may be in compliance with those permits as fixed sources, and yet the mobile sources may drive non-attainment for that whole area and for Cal EnviroScreen. And so I think we just have to navigate carefully as you begin to develop your regs, how one separates out what are issues regulated by Cal EPA agencies and facilities are in compliance with those, and to not have that become a community expectation that somehow you're going to do something else because you think it's from there. So it's a delicate thing that is very, as you know, facility specific, and we look forward to working with you through the rest of this.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you.
Alexis has a way of representing what we're all thinking collectively. Thank you very much for that. Any other board? Let's go to public.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will now open the floor for public comment for this agenda item number 6, the SB 673 Track 2 informational sheet number 2. We're going to start with our in-person participants. Please raise your hand if you would like to come up to the podium and make a public comment. Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and check in with our Zoom participants. For our Zoom participants, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone if you would like to make a public comment for this agenda item. Not seeing any Spanish interpreters. Would you mind checking to ensure there are no public commenters in the Spanish room? Perfect. Thank you so much, Leticias. So that actually concludes our public comment segment for agenda item number 6, the SB 673 Track 2 informational sheet.
Thank you so much. That was great. We're ahead of schedule. And now instead of 25 minutes, you can have 30 minutes for lunch. Go for it. See you back here in 30.
We're going to take a 30-minute break and plan to return at 3:10. And when we return, we'll move in with agenda item number 8. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. It is exactly 3:10, just like the document says. So in case you're wondering, we are on time. And Courtney, do we have a quorum? Sure looks like it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we maintain a quorum by having all members present. And I would just like to take this time to remind everyone that this meeting is being recorded. And by your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Madam Chair?
Thank you, Courtney. Oh, yes, I'm present. What do you need?
I think we're ready. That's okay.
We established the quorum.
We established quorum and we're
Thank you.
ready when you are for agenda item number 7.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I would like to now, for agenda item 7, introduce you to our next set of presenters. Joining us in person, Linda Lai, Office of the Secretary, Cal EPA Deputy Secretary for Law Enforcement and General Counsel. Also joining us via Zoom, am I correct? We have Zaina Zimli, and if you could pull Zaina Zimli up, that would be great. She's Senior Environmental Scientist, Supervisory in the Office of Criminal Investigations. And thankfully, we are going to get a briefing on Chiquita Canyon, and we really appreciate that. Thank you. And good to see you live and in person, Linda.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. My name is Linda Lai. I'm the Cal EPA Deputy Secretary for Law Enforcement and General Counsel. I'm delighted to present to you on this important and challenging multimedia topic today. And I have Zaina remotely on presenting for this hybrid presentation. DTSC has played a key role, and I'm greatly appreciative of its leadership. You have an extraordinary team, and Ms. Zimli is a key component of that. So we prepared a few slides for you today. If we could move to, there you are. Hi, lovely to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. All right, I can take it from here. So yeah, Linda, as she said, Linda and I are here to provide an update on the status of our efforts at the Chiquita Canyon landfill. It's a municipal solid waste landfill located in Los Angeles County in the Santa Clarita Valley. And the landfill continues to experience a subsurface elevated temperature event, also referred to as a reaction. Linda and I wanted to take a step back and also provide information on the broader multi-agency efforts that have taken place over the last year. DTSC, as Linda said, has played a key role in those multi-agency efforts with a primary focus on overseeing the management of leachate generated as a result of the reaction. You go to the next slide, please. Thank you. During our presentation, we're going to provide an overview of the elevated temperature reaction and ongoing multi-agency response. We will discuss the on-site impacts associated with the reaction and mitigation measures being implemented to reduce those off-site impacts. We'll provide an overview of the issues related to the leachate management at the site, which, as I said, is DTSC's main role within this response. And finally, as you know, the local communities surrounding the landfill continue to be impacted by these ongoing issues, which remains top of mind, and we will discuss that. So with that, I'll pass it over to you, Linda.
Thank you. Hi, can we have the next slide, please? As you can see, I'm very good at visuals. So apologize for the text-heavy slides, but I just wanted to provide mostly an oral big picture update. So taking a step back on the elevated temperature reaction. This is not a common occurrence in landfills, but they have occurred in various instances across the country. There is no one unique cookie cutter method, unfortunately, to handling elevated temperature reactions. And so no single method will work for all conditions. Each response plan will have to be unique and tailored to site conditions, odor concerns, impacts on the communities, and local engineering site conditions related to slope stability. With respect to this reaction at Chiquita, it is deep underground in an inactive portion of the landfill. So where waste has been deposited and that area is now closed, there's no new waste being placed on this area. There is unfortunately no way to just extinguish or put out this reaction, and the reaction is likely to last for many years. So what the response needs to do is to mitigate the impacts until the reaction eventually extinguishes itself. The elevated temperature reaction at Chiquita is raising significant management challenges, both on-site and off-site. And it is a highly complex multimedia issue implicating almost every board and department at Cali, PA, and also numerous sister agencies at the federal and local level. So to sort of run through in a broad brushes what those complex multimedia issues are. The reaction is generating excess leachate, much of which is testing hazardous. And so this is really where DTSC comes in. The CUPA and US EPA have also been playing key roles on this. And DTSC has exhibited enormous leadership. I'm very grateful to Zaina and her team, and she'll be talking in more detail about the leachate management issues. The reaction is also having potential impacts on slope stability and the liner system, which is designed to protect groundwater. So the agencies that are working on those issues include the local enforcement agency, Cal Recycle, and the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. In addition, the reaction is generating emissions of both odorous and other compounds, and that is obviously impacting neighboring communities. As of October 1, 2024, South Coast AQMD Air Quality Management District has responded to over 20,000 odor complaints from the community. CARB is providing support to South Coast, and the Los Angeles Department of Public Health is, of course, the key public health agency. We have brought in OEHA, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment within Cali, PA, to assist with analyzing the public health impacts of the emissions. So turning to the multi-agency response, in November of 2023, EPA convened a multi-agency critical action team, which we've dubbed the MCAT, consisting of EPA, Cali, PA, Cal Recycle, DTSC, the Los Angeles Regional Board, CARB, and South Coast AQMD, and also the LEA, the local enforcement agency. I apologize in advance for the alphabet soup. I'll do my best to repeat acronyms, but please just give me a nod if I'm doing too many acronyms. So key enforcement actions that the MCAT has taken. South Coast issued an order of abatement in September of 2023 and has modified that on numerous occasions to update in light of current information. That order of abatement included critical requirements related to expanding the landfill's gas well and collection systems, increased flaring, improvements to the cover of the landfill, expanded air monitoring, and expanded air monitoring, as well as to provide a web page that has access to real-time data for the public. In February of 2024, US EPA also issued a unilateral administrative order finding that the landfill presents an imminent and substantial endangerment to neighboring communities and ordering the facility to comply with the law to properly manage, treat, and dispose of hazardous waste, and to take various steps to mitigate the odors emanating from the landfill. In June of 2024, the LEA issued a notice and order requiring installation of a geosynthetic cover over the reaction area, requiring the facility to perform a slope stability analysis of the reaction area, to develop a soil reaction break barrier plan. This is what I call the reaction containment plan to stop it from spreading. Required additional data collection related to measuring the reaction and the impacts on the landfill's infrastructure. The LA Regional Board has taken a number of measures as well. In March of 2024, It denied a Clean Water Act permit for a proposed landfill expansion in the East Canyon area. So to develop additional cells to place new waste. The regional board wanted additional demonstrations regarding slope stability, and so denied and found the application insufficient, denied that permit expansion. In addition, the LA Regional Board in June and September of this year, slightly different procedural posture, but also prohibited the facility from placing new waste in a cell that had actually previously been permitted but needed further sign off from the regional board before any new waste could actually be placed in that cell. So that was another critical decision. This is a very small sampling of the work that has actually happened. I just wanted to highlight some of the key enforcement actions. We have put together a fact sheet detailing the many, many actions that the various agencies have put together. But again, I just wanted to give an oral highlight of some of the key items. Cal Recycle, I will also note, has been providing critical subject matter expertise. There are about 2 experts on elevated temperature reactions nationwide, and very conveniently, we have one of the 2 on staff at Cal Recycle. So he's been an enormous resource to all of the agencies within Cal EPA and the sister agencies working on this collaborative response. So in addition to the MCAT, there has been a second and related multi-agency response. The MCAT are the various alphabet soup of agencies acting in our enforcement response posture. In addition, earlier this year, we took an on-scene incident management response and went into a response posture as well. And in mid-March of this year, US EPA, Cal EPA, and LA County, the CUPA, formed a response multi-agency coordination group to work with the incident management team that the facility had set up to oversee the immediate mitigation plans related to the leachate in particular. The incident management team then, in coordination with subject matter experts from the federal, state, and local agencies, directed and had oversight over CCL's mitigation efforts to address the public health concerns related to the leachate and to implement various enhanced monitoring and mitigation measures. Over the course of the several months of those response activities, the RMAC, as we called it, the Response Multi-Agency Coordination Group, met several key objectives. They secured additional facilities to accept and dispose of the leachate. There was an overall reduction in the on-site leachate volume inventory. They oversaw installation of the geosynthetic cover over the reaction area. The purpose of the cover is really twofold: to mitigate the odors, but also to improve the gas collection and the leachate collection. And the RMAC also oversaw a major excavation project on the western toe slope, which involved installation of a toe drain and replacement of a temporary liner with the permanent geosynthetic cover, again, to improve leachate drainage and gas collection. The RMAC stood down in mid-October, and since then we've been transitioning back to the MCAT. The RMAC had very helpfully set up sort of units or work groups within work groups to really focus on the problems, since these are the problems really require enormous interagency coordination. So even though the RMAC has stood down, we've carried forward those units into the MCAT, and we continue to collaborate. So even though the RMAC has formally stood down, the same agencies are here. We're simply here in a different posture. Instead of the response posture, we're back to the enforcement regulatory approach. And the focus continues to be on mitigating the on-site and the off-site impacts. Could we switch to the next slide, please? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that. I can do that. Thank you. So in terms of, oops, I double clicked. Sorry. So in terms of the on-site impacts, a few key considerations: containing the reaction and ensuring slope stability. So the goal is obviously to avoid slope failure. What is that? That is a euphemism for a landslide or a downward movement of the waste mass. So The focus from the regulatory agencies has been to maintain slope stability and to ensure that the landfill's containment systems are not compromised. We're particularly concerned, obviously, about the liner system, which is critical to protecting groundwater. So what actions have been taken to further these goals? In terms of slope stability, the LEA, the regional board, EPA have all required in various different orders slope stability analyses, not only of the reaction area, but also more globally of the landfill. And because of the paramount importance of slope stability, the regional board denied authority to place new waste, as I mentioned, in both the Eastern Canyon, but also in a cell that had been previously authorized for initial development, but required a further sign off from the regional board. That cell is known as 8B. It's at the southern portion of the canyon and is sort of located in the area between the reaction area and the mouth of the canyon. So it's in a critical location. And because of the slope stability concerns, the regional board felt that Chiquita had not demonstrated with sufficient certainty that the reaction would not adversely impact slope stability. And in light of that uncertainty, declined to authorize permission to place new waste there. That obviously has significant concerns because it will limit, sorry. Okay. The audience can hear, yes, thank you. I'm gonna reorient a little bit and hope that improves. So in light of that denial of authorization to place waste in this cell known as 8B at the southern portion of the canyon, there are significant implications for the ongoing operation of the facility. The facility will run out of airspace in the coming weeks to months, depending on what current daily intake is. It has the authority to control the tonnage per day, but it will run out of permitted airspace very soon. It was relying on obtaining authorization from the regional board to place waste in that cell, but the regional board has now twice denied permission. Soil barrier plan, also known as the reaction containment plan, the LEA and EPA have required the facility to come up with a plan to contain the reaction, and those conversations are ongoing between the subject matter experts. Additional on-site mitigation measures. In addition, the agencies are looking actively at on-site mitigation measures to reduce off-site impacts and have been imposing these for a long time. As I mentioned, the multiple agencies have been addressing this through requirements related to the gas collection system and also installation of the geosynthetic cover. 40 acres of the geosynthetic cover have now been installed, and the final acre should be installed by the middle of January. There was a bit of slowdown on the work because of the western toe slope excavation and also some of the rainy season, but one more acre remains to be installed at this juncture. And so finally, managing the leachate. This has presented one of the most complex aspects of the reaction, and DTSC has played a key and leading role. And I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Zimmerly to discuss these issues.
Thank you. You can change the slide. Thank you. So prior to the reaction, the landfill was generating approximately 20,000 gallons of leachate per day. And as a result of the reaction, leachate production increased tenfold. And now the landfill pumps out approximately 200,000 gallons per day. So far in the year 2023, the landfill has pumped out approximately 55.5 million gallons of leachate. For some background, DTSC was informed of the leachate issues at the landfill a little over a year ago. My team and I went to the site and collected samples of the leachate from the reaction area. and found that some of the leachate contained benzene above the hazardous waste regulatory threshold for toxicity. The landfill subsequently recharacterized their waste and identified portions of the leachate that were hazardous waste. They also began sampling all the waste prior to offsite shipment. Typically, municipal solid waste landfill leachate is not characterized as hazardous waste. However, due to the increased temperatures in the reaction area, majority of the leachate produced is now characterized as hazardous waste, as I said, primarily for toxicity due to benzene. The large volumes of leachate and complexity of the waste presented challenges for disposal. Some of the leachate needed to be managed as hazardous waste, and disposal was largely contingent on the capacity that hazardous waste facilities had to take that waste. Because of those limitations, the landfill began to treat the leachate on site to increase the offsite disposal capacity. During the response multi-agency coordination group or incident management phase of this response, as Linda said, from March to October, DTSC, both our Office of Criminal Investigations and Permitting, served as the lead of the leachate unit, which was staffed with various agencies, and we worked to provide oversight and find solutions for proper disposal of the leachate. After the RMAC stood down in October, DTSC continues to co-lead a leachate unit within the multi-agency task force, and the unit is comprised of representatives from US EPA, Cal EPA, DTSC, the Los Angeles County CUPA, the California Air Resources Board, and I neglected to include an important partner, CalRecycle. Currently, the landfill treats approximately 4 to 5 million gallons of hazardous waste leachate on site per month. The treatment is conducted using granular activated carbon in 2 areas of the landfill. Granular activated carbon treatment is accomplished by adsorption of organics like benzene onto the porous surface of the activated carbon. The waste continues to be sampled prior to offsite shipment to ensure it is sent to facilities that are properly permitted to accept it. The landfill is currently working with the Los Angeles County CUPA to treat under the conditionally authorized treatment tier. California's hazardous waste treatment permitting system is a tiered system. There are 5 tiers, and of the 5 tiers, the 3 lower tiers are authorized and overseen at the local level. Those include permit by rule, conditionally authorized, and conditionally exempt. DTSC has oversight over the 2 higher tiers, which are the full permits or RCRA facility permits and standardized permits. Treatment permitting requirements can be complex, and so we're working very closely with the CUPA to provide guidance and support throughout this process to ensure the treatment permitting is appropriate for the on-site activities occurring at the landfill. The landfill is continuing to work with the LA County CUPA on the tiered permitting notification. And both the CUPA and DTSC are receiving regular updates on the status. We'll continue to work with the CUPA very closely on the treatment permitting issue to ensure compliance. Back to you, Linda.
Thank you. And then finally, just wanted to provide an overview of the impacts to local communities. So obviously this is the health impact and continues. Unfortunately, the communities continue to experience health impacts. As I mentioned, South Coast has responded to over 20,000 odor complaints. There is continuous air monitoring. That was part of South Coast's order of abatement. And we have stood up collectively a website, cclresponse.com, that provides real-time access to the air monitoring data. There are monitors both at the fence line and in the community. LA Department of Public Health is the lead public health agency, and mindful of expressed concerns by LA County. The state has brought the resources that we can to bear on the public health front. We have pulled OEHA, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, into the MCAT, and also brought the California Department of Public Health to the table to assist in providing public health analysis and interpretation of the air monitoring results that we are receiving, and continue to work on that and reviewing the data on an ongoing basis. The company has set up voluntarily a community relief fund. there are numerous frustrations with that fund in that, unfortunately, there is not a great amount of transparency in the formulas that the company is using to calculate the benefits. It is a stipend. You submit an application with your home address, and they have calculated different zones for where they will provide different relief. And what we are finding is that communities are feeling like the amounts are insufficient, and communities are also some are quite reluctant to apply because of the lack of trust with the facility and a preference for a government oversight over the program. Assemblymember Schiavo actually just recently introduced legislation. She has introduced 2 bills. The first would make any compensation received by residents from the landfill exempt from state taxes. This is actually one of the additional complaints that residents have articulated, that any benefits they received are considered taxable income, which of course eats into what they can use it for. So under Assemblymember Schiavo's bill, any compensation received from the landfill would be exempt from state taxes and also excluded from counting against those who qualify for state assistance like CalFresh, would not be used towards the income calculation. A second piece of legislation that she introduced would seek funding through the state budget to assist residents for short or long-term relocation expenses. In terms of other measures that LA County has taken, there was a community meeting on October 28th of the Community Advisory Committee of the landfill, at which Assemblymember Schiavo, then Representative Garcia, and Supervisor Barger were present, and the communities raised their concerns ongoing and deeply heartfelt and very moving about the circumstances they've been living under. At that time, Supervisor Barger announced that the county would be taking actions, that LADPH would move forward with a study of affected communities, and also that the county would be looking into legal action to provide relocation assistance. And so we have seen the LADPH study is out there. It is an online survey, and they have also gone door to door in the most closely affected neighborhoods to inform people of the availability of that survey. And so the last thing that I want to mention again is that we are, at Cali PA, we are bringing the state public health resources that we can to the MCAT. We have brought in OEHA to assist with the toxicological analysis, and also brought our sister agency, the California Department of Public Health, which is also advising on the public health issues, and working collaboratively with the Los Angeles Department of Public Health, South Coast, and the Air Resources Board as well. And with that, I'm happy to provide, to answer questions to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
With the caveat.
Thank you for that. And thank you both. Right? Your colleague has disappeared from our screen, but I'll focus on the prevention side just for a minute, in the sense of what could have been anticipated. I mean, these are the questions that are coming up. What kind of oversight or inspection or monitoring that this happened? How did this happen? How do we know it won't happen at another facility? Because it seemed like it was a big shock to everyone, or the reaction was shocking. This thing is exploding all over the place. And it raised the question of the oversight, whether it was the permitting, the inspection, the understanding of what could happen, and therefore what might happen elsewhere. So I don't know if that investigation is underway or will be, but that's and so then how do you oversee something like that ongoing, right? If you identify these kind of things can erupt, then what do you need to put in place to monitor and manage so that you're ahead of the game rather than shocked by it? And when I say you, I don't mean you or us. I mean the collective, because it seems when you have multi-agency, there's a lot of, I don't want to say finger pointing, but who's owning it? Who owns this problem? You all have to come together, but in terms of the planning, the oversight, the inspection, the permitting, there's no ownership until there's a problem. And so that's what I'm hearing, and that's my question.
So I'll do my best to break that into subparts and also provide
There's
the caveat.
multiples.
Yeah,
I
provide
do
the
that.
caveat that I am not an engineer or a toxicologist. In terms of what caused this, what can be done, in general, our understanding is that subsurface elevated temperature reactions typically start from overdrawing oxygen through the landfill gas collection system or allowing oxygen to enter the waste cell. So this is, there can be a perverse cycle where there are increased odors. And so the landfill has an incentive in order to reduce the odors. They can, alter the sort of gas collection system, but this can sometimes have the perverse effect of creating the conditions that may then set up an elevated temperature reaction. So there is, a lot of discussion by experts on how what the right ratios are for the oxygen that can be in the waste cell. And beyond that, I hope you will defer any more technical questions that I can take them back because I don't want to go beyond that and misstate. That is my general understanding. The specific cause in this case is not known. And one of the things that will that the agencies are looking into is performing a root cause analysis of what happened here. And so we can dig down deeper into that, and that is that's something that still needs to be done.
What are the warning signs? Were there any, and are they just missed because you're not checking for them?
Right.
If you're not monitoring, you don't know when.
Yeah.
I think that will go a long way to. Because as we look at other sites, and we're talking about the hazardous waste management plan, and we're talking about local landfill, people are getting even more nervous now, thinking about, look what happened with Chiquita Canyon. We don't want to have that in other local landfills. So I think it goes to a bigger issue that DTSC will face in the waste plan if we don't come up with the answers and the solutions to this problem. That's my opinion.
Yes.
But
and just one thing also, if I could respond to another portion of your question in terms of the multi-agency approach. And the concern is always of the, alphabet soup, who owns this? And the goal, both in terms of the formation of the MCAT and our ongoing operations, and also with the RMAC, has been very much to marshal a whole of government response to this, to avoid precisely that the crack, the key issues falling through the cracks, or heaven forbid, agencies saying like, oh, I can't do that. That's, I don't do windows, right? I don't do leachate. I don't do odors, etc. And I think the collaboration between EPA, all of the wonderful Cal EPA BDOs, obviously unbiased, and South Coast and the Coupa, it's been on issue after issue, we have been sharing expertise. The Coupa may not have an engineer on site, but we have slope stability experts at the other agencies. So we come to whenever we see one issue, we come together and we share information, and it has been a very productive and collaborative approach.
Yeah, Alexis.
I was wondering when you mentioned that the facility is running out of
airspace
capacity to take in new revenue producing material. What is the sense among the agencies of the parent company's ability to withstand this sort of decline in revenue while working to put in place compliance with the different requirements?
It's an issue we're certainly mindful of. The unilateral administrative order issued by EPA requires financial assurances. So those instruments have been executed, and that is an important protection measure. We also, will need to regulate and hold the operator accountable. And are proceeding to do so. We understand that the facility may make threats, but it is incumbent upon us to do the right thing. If we think the slope stability does not, that slope stability concerns mean we must deny authorization to place new waste, that is what we're going to do. And that is what we have done, because our obligation is public safety, public health, and the environment. And again, Chiquita's is a subsidiary of Waste Connections, which has identified and acknowledged the elevated temperature reaction on its last financial report, and we expect it to be responsible, a responsible corporate
Other
citizen.
questions? Go ahead.
My first question is building on Alexa's point, would be great to see some way to tie in the any additional capacity or waste streams they take on to their response.
Could you speak up?
Oh, it would be great to see a way to tie in any additional waste sent to the landfill tied to their response to Chiquita Canyon. I don't know what mechanism might be available to do that. My second one is actually a question, which is biomonitoring. Are you putting into place any biomonitoring programs to track the long-term health implications for residents in those neighborhoods? I've heard you talk a lot about the short-term relief mechanisms, but perhaps biomonitoring becomes yet another data point to try and unlock some long-term support mechanisms for those residents.
Yeah. So I'll do my best again to answer in turn. In terms of tying in new waste to the response, I think that is in some ways exactly what we have done. The request, for example, most recently to the LA Regional Board was, we want permission to place new waste in this cell known as 8B. And the Regional Board's reaction is, we do not think you have adequately demonstrated that the reaction will not impact. I'm sorry, there are too many negatives in there. We lack sufficient certainty about slope stability in light of the reaction. If you want to come back and if you can come back and show us that in fact you can install a barrier, that the slopes are stable, we will reconsider. So in that way, that is precisely what the Regional Board did and how it framed its response. And we are open and willing to entertain additional information if our engineers have missed something. We stand by what our engineers have found to date, but if you want new waste, then we need to make sure it's going to be safe. So I think we've done that, and we're going to stick with that approach. In terms of the long-term health monitoring, I think there has been a lot of concern by the community about benzene in particular. What the data has shown in general is that there are exceedances of what are known as the chronic reference exposure levels for benzene, but they are no worse than what is present in the general air basin. So unfortunately, there is benzene in the air in Southern California throughout that basin, and the exceedances of benzene at the community have generally been at the level that we see throughout the area. There was one exception with an acute exceedance for 1 hour on October 28th at one of the monitoring sites within the community. The LA County Department of Public Health requested that, and I want to say it's USC, do a long-term cancer study, which the university agreed to do. And again, I'm now mixing up USC and UCLA. I apologize. I don't remember off the top. And I know what I just...
USC does work in this area. We know that they've done work on the next side, so it may very well be.
And I know that was probably
okay, well,
terrible thing to conflate, depending on whether we have some partisans here. Yes, exactly. And in terms of benzene, there are no sort of recommended best practices on like short-term benzene poisoning. And that's what our public health experts tell us.
Thank you. Ingrid?
Okay. I have a number of questions, and it's okay if you need to get back to me on some of them. One is wondering just how compliant has the responsible or liable party been to the various orders they've received? You know, are they doing everything they can to meet those? Recognizing, you know, kind of the titles of our presenters. Has there been criminal enforcement taken on this, or criminal activities that have led to some of these issues? Next is just wondering when it was being shipped, where that benzene laced leachate was shipped. Is it to the hazardous waste landfills? And curious, I think you mentioned that there might have been impacted on those facilities' capacity, and just wanting to know like how much impact has there been? Has it like changed material? How much capacity is left at those facilities? Has DTSC considered whether the facility ought to be regulated as a hazardous waste facility rather than under CUPA, given what's happening and the amount of hazardous leachate at the facility? And then lastly, just wondering if there's been a trajectory around the complaints and the number of complaints over time, whether we're seeing those go down with some of the mitigation. And then is there an active community org or NGO that's been assisting in the community or being liaison with some of the agencies and the community residents? And then if not, how is that community interaction, you know, how is that happening? So that was a lot.
Okay. I have 6 questions, Shayna. Do you want to take where is the leachate going? Should it be regulated as a DTSC facility? Do you want to take those 2? Feel free to take any others, and I can take whatever else is left behind.
Sure. Yeah. So where the leachate is going, there are several facilities where the leachate is going to, both hazardous waste facilities and non-hazardous waste facilities. I think your question was if there was non-hazardous waste sent to a facility it wasn't supposed to go to. That did occur, and we did cite violations for that incident. It went to, there was one load that went to a facility called Avalon in Gardena. And then there was another load that was sent to a facility called Patriot that is located in Orange. But currently the waste is disposed at 3 hazardous waste facilities, one in Texas, one in Nebraska, one in Utah. And then there is non-hazardous waste facilities that are accepting the waste, accepting non-hazardous waste, including Avalon facility in Mecca, a landfill in Arizona. I think that's it. So that's where the waste is going to. You mentioned something about capacity issues, but I didn't quite catch what the question was on that one.
Oh, just given how much waste there seemingly is, like, is it actually impacting capacity at any of the receiving facilities? I was expecting you to say Kettleman and Buttonwillow. So
no,
the fact that it's being distributed in a wider area maybe mean that it won't have the capacity issues.
Yeah. So most of the waste is being treated on site and is being shipped out as non-hazardous waste. There's a small fraction of the waste that's going off site as hazardous waste to those hazardous waste facilities, and it is limited by their capacities and what those facilities allow them to send there. Okay, sorry, next question. There was a question about, have we considered putting them as a DTSC facility permit under our purview at the state level in lieu of the county? And that's why I tried to provide a little bit of clarification on the tiered permitting system. So the conditionally authorized tier, which is overseen at the local level, the waste, if it's the right type of waste, the right type of treatment, it it's under the local level. It's not like we choose to do it at DTSC or we allow the locals to do it. It's the structure of the system, of the tiered permitting system. And so if the landfill can treat under the conditionally authorized tier, it just is overseen at the local level. Now, we want to make sure at DTSC that they are, the landfill is compliant with that and that the treatment processes and the waste are truly eligible under that particular authorization at the local level, and that is continued to be monitored so that if there are any changes where it's no longer eligible at that tier, that it could require a permit with DTSC. So we are working very closely with the CUPA to ensure that that's all done correctly. But the waste as it stands now is an aqueous waste with organic compounds treated by adsorption, which is allowed with conditions under the conditionally authorized tier that is overseen at the local level.
Can I just follow up on that? What then are they responsible, the locals, for monitoring in that system that this could happen? Like, where's the failure? And is the failure the oversight, the facility, why did it fail so badly?
So I think that one goes back to the sort of root cause analysis.
Pardon?
I think that goes back to the root cause analysis.
And that
still needs
so
to
that
be
is a
performed.
priority to understand that. Okay.
Yeah, and what I'm talking about is just with respect to the authorization to conduct on-site treatment of the leachate. That's the part that
I understand. I just wonder.
I had one follow-up question on the treatment on site. How much is the site permitted to treat on site? Is there a limitation there on a daily basis?
So yeah, that notification is still in process, but under the tier that they are proposing to treat under, there's not a volume limitation. Okay. Assuming that the waste is eligible. So they need to be in compliance with those conditions in order to treat under that tier. Yeah.
I had one clarification question. So from my understanding, the canyons, there's 6 different canyons. And is the main canyon, which is A, C, and D, is that still under operation? Like, is that still, I understand that there's Canyon B that's not operating right now. And then the primary canyon landfill, but what about the main canyon? Is that functioning?
So the main canyon, I think of it sort of as like an oval, the reaction area to the north, and then cells 4, 5, and 6, and then 8 at the bottom in like a smile.
Right.
And so they're currently placing new waste in cell 8A, which is on the southeast side of that smile at the bottom. And then 8B would have been the new cell that they wanted to place waste in and that the regional board recently said no to. And then 8A is the one that has diminishing airspace.
Okay, thank you.
I think there was also a question about criminal enforcement, and I will respond with something of a non-answer saying that there are many agencies at the federal, state, and local level, and enforcement is ongoing.
Have you seen that complaint levels go down over time, and is there a community or that's helping?
Thank you. So South Coast has not reported a downward trend on the complaints, which is troubling, especially because we had hoped that the installation of the geosynthetic cover would bring down the odors. That was one of the main goals. There are potential reasons why we would have 40 acres of geosynthetic cover and not see a reduction in the odors, and that relates to this western toe slope excavation that was being performed. And that basically involved digging up a bunch of stuff and exposing reaction area and in turn allowing for emissions. That excavation project was again very necessary to improve leachate and gas collection and something we needed to do before the winter rainy season. So we would like to still hope that now that that excavation is nearing completion and that there's this final acre of geosynthetic cover to be installed, that we will see a reduction, but I don't think we can promise how quickly that will come down. And also, there is the ongoing question of what additional measures do we need to be ordering in order to bring down the odors, which are obviously, certainly the odors are impacting the community. And we're also mindful of the chemicals that do not carry odors as well. And then community organization. There is a very active community advisory committee that meets once a month, and also the town council, which meets once a month. And the agencies regularly appear before those to keep the very active community updated.
I have a question, and many of the questions that I had have been asked already. But one last question that I have is, in relation to the fact that you mentioned that odor complaints haven't come down yet, hoping that this last measure might lead to that, right? And you're still haven't been able to have some breathing room to go into analyzing the root cause. I'm wondering at what, and there's a portion of the facility still operating. I'm wondering, is there a potential that perhaps to get a little bit of more time to figure things out and really have the odor cases go down to minimize the health impacts? Is there any contemplation of perhaps doing a stop order to the operations to be able to figure out what is the root cause, to figure it out?
So in terms of the community has definitely been calling for closing the landfill.
Yes.
And so there are the closure under the sort of solid waste framework has a technical meaning that triggers closure and implementation of closure and post-closure plans. And stopping acceptance of new waste will not necessarily facilitate our response to the reaction. However, as a practical matter, the regional board's decision with respect to 8B will result in a de facto cessation of operations when the facility runs out of airspace, as it will at some point in the nearish future, given the limited airspace in that last cell.
Got it.
And then probably the logical thing is to place the landfill on what would be called inactive status if it ceases to accept new waste, and then pause the incoming waste as we all focus on the reaction.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, that's a lot of scary information. Thank you. Thank you both. We want to continue to hear about this, and I think getting the names of the community groups so that we can make connections. And Charlene, I don't know what that group is doing in terms of community engagement. I mean, you said there are 2 community groups, right?
So there's the Castaic Town Council is their local government entity representative body. They meet on is it the 3rd Wednesday or the 2nd Wednesday, Zaina? Do you remember? Once a month on a Wednesday.
Tuesday. Okay. Castaic Area Town Council, I believe, is the 3rd Wednesday.
Thank you. And then there's the Community Advisory Committee of the landfill, which meets on the 2nd Tuesday, as Zaina mentioned. And so they're very active. And Chiquita, so the landfill is the only topic of the CAC meeting on the 2nd Tuesdays. And the facility presents, the agencies come and present any updates, answer questions. There are questions from the members of the advisory committee, and there's a regular turnout from the community and extensive public comment. And then the town council also meets once a month, and they're trying to limit the Chiquita amount of the agenda so that they can get on with their other business. But Chiquita usually comes up as well.
Got it.
Well, I'll add. Sorry, if I can just add really quick. The community closest to the landfill is a community called Valverde. They also have a civic association that meets regularly and is actively engaged in this as well.
Thank you for that. We'll see if there are any public comments or questions now, since we're heading into our 4 o'clock hour.
Thank
Courtney, you want to manage that, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll now open the floor for public comment for agenda item number 7, the Chiquita Canyon landfill update. Anyone in person would like to make a comment? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll now.
Wait, time out. We have Chiquita Canyon. We'll go to open forum right after this. Thank you, Val, for asking.
Thank you for that clarification. Now we're going to go ahead and check with our Zoom participants. If anyone would like to make a public comment on agenda item number 7, the Chiquita Canyon landfill update, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone now. And Spanish interpreters, would you please verify if we have any Spanish-speaking commenters on this item? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the comment period for agenda item number 7, Chiquita Canyon landfill update.
Right. Any other wrap-up questions from board, since we aren't taking up anything from you that you would like from us?
I'm very grateful for your engagement, and I'm also very grateful for the DTSC team on this.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I know. Courtney, we're headed into public forum.
Thank you.
Please handle it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are now going to open the floor for public comment for items not on the agenda. We have allotted 10 minutes for this to make up for some time. So we'll go ahead and get started with our in-person participants first. So if someone would like to make a comment during this time, please raise your hand or go ahead and come on forward to the podium. You will have 3 minutes, and please state your name and affiliation, and the minute timer is up on the screen.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you all for being here and taking the time to listen to public comments. My name is Adam Osborne. I'm a local resident in Albany, California, which is only a couple miles from here. As you know, we're in Berkeley here, and I'm here to talk to you about what was in the LA Times yesterday, which is the radiation that was found in the Albany landfill. So for those of you unfamiliar, there are quite a few landfills that we have spread out into the bay, from Berkeley, Emeryville, and on into Albany. So we found radiation, there was radiation found in the Albany landfill, and that's concerning. But part of what I think is more concerning for me is that there's a lot of dumping that went on out there that has not been tested. So the Golden Gate Fields racetrack was started operation, I think, in the 1960s, but has gone out of business in the last few years. It's very valuable real estate, and the city of Albany is looking at this with the housing crisis currently as converting that into potential family housing. If they do that, they may be doing that on top of radioactive material, and we don't know. So as a concerned citizen, my ask for the Cali EPA and just in general is that we get a lot more information about exactly what's out there. More testing needs to be done. We have no idea what else is buried out there. So thank you.
No, before you end, have
Sure.
you brought this forth anywhere else? Is this a conversation?
I know that our local city council is aware of it. I have not personally brought it before the city council. They have done some testing out there with Geiger counters to kind of map the area. They've discovered 10 different hotspots out there, radioactive hotspots. The LA Times article likened the radiation dose to 20 hours of being out on the bulb is equivalent to getting 1 dental x-ray. One question that I didn't really understand is, knowing that there's different hotspots out there, if I'm standing on the hottest part of the bulb, the most radioactive part, for 20 hours, is that 1 dental x-ray? Or is it 1 dental x-ray wandering around the radioactive parts and the non-radioactive parts? They're not, it's hard for citizens like me to get good information on this, how dangerous this is. I grew up in Albany. I've been out on the bulb I've visited there for years. I've walked my dogs out there. My friends used to play out there when we were kids. I've taken my kids there as a parent. So it's very concerning. But I would, the more information we have as citizens, the better.
Right. So do any of us know what's happening with that?
I just have a
Alexis, go ahead.
question because
Yeah.
a number of us saw the newspaper article.
Sure.
There's the portion of the area, like the beach area, which is City of Albany owned, and the portion of the Gulf, which is part of the state park. Am I tracking with you so far? You know, when you go up and you walk the loop.
I'm not exactly clear. I mean, I know there are different portions, but I don't know exactly which portion belongs to which.
Yeah. So the beachy area is, I believe, and part of it is City of Albany. My point is just that I think that in addition to the parties that are interested now, because it's part of the state park, we can also, with our complex, try and follow up and find out who all is engaged, who is likely to be a lead agency for further action.
Yeah.
So is there anyone else that can contribute to this conversation in the room from our colleagues? If not, it is yours, Lauren. Will you connect with Lauren? She's our ombuds right here.
Sure.
And she'll, well, see, I knew Scott would come through today. Been waiting all day for you.
There's a couple of different, because of the different areas.
Sorry, Scott, folks on Zoom can't hear you.
Yeah.
Hi, real quick, Scott Lichtig from Cali, PA. We're familiar with the issue that because there are a couple different sites where there's the site where the waste originated that is currently under, that is an area where DTSC is overseeing the cleanup, but where the Albany bulb is happening right now is subject to the water board oversight. And so we can help. We're getting some requests because of the article yesterday, and we'll be getting some more information. But with regard to the specific site that is being referenced, that Albany bulb site is under the regional water board cleanup. But they are, as the article has been mentioning, and this has been in the papers over the last year or two, this waste originated from a different site in the East Bay, and so there are links between them. Big picture, there are a lot of different folks looking at this right now and definitely working on providing more information to the public about where this is all going.
So, and if if our ombuds can stay in the loop and know how to direct
Most
people to the information and to the right resources, that would be great, Scott. Thank you for that. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Any other in-person participants want to make a comment? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to our Zoom participants. So we have one hand raised. Michael Hayden, I'm going to ask you shortly here to unmute. Please accept the invitation. You will have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Michael Hayden. I'm with the Lincoln Heights Community Coalition. I'm calling about 2 DTSC projects. One is the former Welch's site at 3505 Pasadena Avenue in Lincoln Heights. I submitted a letter of concern a few weeks ago, but I haven't heard back a response from the board yet. In the time since my complaint, DTSC staff have confirmed their intention to approve release of a removal action work plan for public comment in January, before collecting the relevant data to determine the extent of contamination. An underground PCE and TCE plume is confirmed to be traveling off site, and it threatens homes and an elementary school across the street. And we've learned in the last month that neighbors on the block are dying from cancer, and it's an outrage that DTSC has never collected the relevant data, although knowing about this risk for decades. And as a further outrage that DTSC is now planning a cleanup before determining what it is that needs to be cleaned up. And so we need to ensure that a plan is only only selected after the data has been collected. Separately, at the Avenue 34 project next door, I submitted a letter to the board this morning about DTSC staff making premature conclusions about vapor intrusion. At my workplace across the street from this former illegal toxic dump, PCE has been detected high above commercial screening levels in the shallow soil gas and also in the indoor air above those screening levels. But I learned this week that DTSC staff are responding to inquiries from the press with an unsubstantiated conclusion that vapor intrusion is not occurring, despite the data that would suggest otherwise. They attributed detections to workplace chemicals, even though they screened the building to eliminate any such chemicals prior to testing. So I'm calling on this board to investigate these conclusions that DTSC is making, and also the practice of making such statements to members of the press while an investigation is still ongoing, and when such conclusions aren't supported by the data and have not even been communicated to the people whose lives this affects. TTSC has developed a reputation for violating their own guidelines in ways that protect the interests of responsible parties and endanger the public, and these are both prime examples of that. So thank you in advance for looking into these matters.
Thank you. I think there's multiple layers to that. Lauren captured it all for the ombuds. Greg, I can see you're attentive to it as well. Greg is our staff attorney, and we'll ensure that the appropriate people at DTSC are also engaged in this. So thank you for that.
Good.
Yes.
And if I may, just to the board make a recommendation, and I'm not sure that I heard this today, but I had a feeling, given the chemical, that this may be a dry cleaner facility. And
Correct.
you know, as somebody who worked on dry cleaning facilities myself in the Central Valley, it had similar issues come up there in terms of the long timelines for characterization. A lot of health concerns, and knowing the number of dry cleaner sites we have, I am interested in maybe having a conversation on this body, particularly around dry cleaner sites, and maybe having a more robust conversation around those facilities.
Okay, let's put that on the, we've had them in the past in terms of the program, but seems like they should be resurrected. So thank you. Do we have any other comments? No.
Last call for any other comments through Zoom, and if Spanish interpreters, you can verify as well. That would be great. I am confirming we did not receive any public forum signups in advance.
Great.
So we're just doing one last check in Zoom. No comments. So that will go ahead and conclude agenda item number 8, public forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Courtney. And now we're going to go into the ombuds program. Yes. Okay. I know you've all been eagerly awaiting for our ombuds to develop, for us to develop this program, and I think we're there with Lauren Chandler. Okay, so we're going to hear about ombuds, and then lickety split, we're going to wrap up and be out of here at 5 o'clock. Okay.
Sounds like a plan. Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Chandler. I'm the Ombuds person for the Board of Environmental Safety, and today I'll be presenting an overview of the Ombuds program, its role, and how it serves the public and the regulatory process. A little delay there. This presentation will touch on what the Ombuds program is and how it can help, how inquiries are received and processed, a quick look at things we can expect from future reports, and finally, our contact information so that you can reach out directly and discover how our office can assist you. So what is the Ombuds program? In a nutshell, it's a friend who understands the system. The Ombuds acts as an impartial intermediary between the Department of Toxic Substances Control and the public. Its primary responsibility is to ensure transparency, accountability, and fairness. We are here to advocate for individuals and groups that feel that they may have been treated unfairly or that their concerns have not been properly addressed. We're here to provide access to information and resources, to answer questions, and to help navigate the often confusing complexity that state government can be for the people most impacted by the environmental work being done in their neighborhoods. And most of all, the Ombuds program is here to ensure that every inquiry is handled with fairness and clarity to completion. So what exactly is an inquiry? As it relates to the Ombuds program, an inquiry is a request for information, guidance, or assistance regarding an issue with a public authority, organization, or institution. In our case, the Department of Toxic Substances Control. Inquiries help us to determine whether further action on our part is necessary or whether the issue should be addressed through other channels. We can also help you clarify what your rights are and what options you may have for action. So what do those inquiries look like so far? Since I came on board at the end of June, through the time that this presentation was created, we've received 48 inquiries from the public. We're now at 50. The majority of these queries were received electronically via direct email to BES staff, board members, email to the Ombuds address, or through our online submission form. Most concerns and questions relate to policies and procedures that can affect residents, businesses, and community groups throughout California, rather than specific work sites in Northern and Southern California or the Central Valley. My immediate interpretation of these statistics is positive. We have made progress in terms of outreach, communication, and problem solving. But how can we do more, not only for the public, but with our DTSC programs? With 30 inquiries and referrals, or 62% of total submissions, the Hazardous Waste Management Program has been an invaluable and highly utilized resource for information about fees, permitting, the hazardous waste tracking system, and of course, DTSC's Hazardous Waste Management Plan. Site mitigation and restoration inquiry referrals are generally concerning land use and the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. We had one inquiry about candidate chemicals and the CalSafer website, which was referred to Safer Consumer Products, and one for our sister agency under Cal EPA, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. Last but not least is our catch-all category, miscellaneous programs, which includes questions about everything from who handles accident cleanup on the freeways to mass email campaigns from sites like baykeeper.org and actionnetwork.org that have asked DTSC and the board to do more to clean up California. I'm excited to note that the majority of these inquiries were resolved or responded to within a week. And that is largely due to the receptivity of program leadership and staff. The people I've reached out to for resolutions have been courteous, efficient, and thorough in responses, and it's a pleasure to work with them. I hope that I can continue to build on those relationships going forward. I gave you the wrong slide here, sorry about that. Part of building cohesive working relationships begins with our subcommittee for the Office of the Ombuds, with the help of Board Member Gomez, Board Counsel Greg Forrest, and our executive officer, Swati Sharma. The Ombuds Subcommittee works to support the effectiveness, transparency, and integrity of the Ombuds Office and its processes by reviewing the inquiries we receive, monitoring the progress of those inquiries, advising on best practices, and following up on outcomes. In essence, the subcommittee is there for me, providing focused assistance and ensuring that I have the resources, guidance, and oversight necessary to perform my role effectively. I look forward to more strategic input from them as the direction of the Ombuds program continues to evolve to meet the needs of the public and shape our long-term goals. This brings me to the future of the Ombuds reports for the board. My plan is to bring more detailed information to share with the board twice a year. So what can we expect to see? My personal wish list includes more statistical data. How long are these inquiries taking from start to finish? How did we choose to resolve these inquiries? And what are the challenges behind the unresolved ones? But I also want to hear the board's wish list. I want to know what the public would like to know. Should we be more narrative with these reports? Or would it be beneficial to incorporate more graphics? Is there a need or a niche that we should be more involved in or made aware of? What recommendations do you have? We know that there's work to do. The more collaboration that we have, the more we get it done. So I'm hopeful that more of you out there will get in touch. In keeping with this hope for more public engagement, we've put together a new intake form on the BES website that will help streamline that process. It's not currently live, but this form will allow you to submit your questions or concerns in a more convenient, user-friendly way with the option to review the status of your inquiry as it progresses and upload files related to your concerns. Each inquiry will eventually make its way to a searchable database where other interested parties can find information on specific topics, with my ultimate goal being to bring community members together in a familiar online environment similar to social media, but with a focus on environmental concerns. For now, however, the real magic with the form will happen on the back page. What you see here is an example of what we can soon expect to see on the administrative end from the new intake form. Statistical information that will improve inquiry tracking and data reporting for the Ombuds Office. Our Office of Environmental Information Management used the web pages and the forms that they created for public participation and feedback in the ongoing X-site cleanup to create the new Ombuds form, which means that future analytics for the Ombuds report will have the potential for an informational breakdown similar to the one that you see here. With the ability to zoom in at a granular level, we will be better able to graphically represent the finer details of what the public is asking from us and determine which information is most helpful to present to the board. There are currently many ways you can reach out, not just through the new intake form, but by email, by phone, and at these public meetings where all public comments are captured and become part of the official record. We want to assure everyone that their concerns are being heard regardless of how they're being voiced. And for those of you that are here in person, we have the Ombuds pamphlet. It's a new trifold pamphlet that we have on the back table. It has all of the contact information that was given here today, as well as information about who we are and what we do. I look forward to hearing much more from everyone in the future. Thank you.
Couldn't be more pleased. This was a long labor. Congratulations. Yeah. What? Go back. We probably have questions, but also it wasn't specifically referred to, but I know at the end of each meeting and there are action items, there are requests, and you meet with the chief of staff for DTSC to go over those items that relate to DTSC. So there's several levels of engagement that you've been involved with. And I wanted to call that one out because I know you and Grant meet on a regular basis. He gives you the responses back and then so it's working.
Yeah, we're very intertwined. So we're still, working on getting something more cohesive so that we have
I'm sorry he's
more of our wish list.
Applaud him as well.
Yeah, he was here earlier.
Good progress.
Yeah,
so,
he's
thank you.
fun.
Yeah. Okay, Ingrid has a question. Shocking.
Great presentation, very informative, really happy to hear everything you've been doing and super excited to look at the brochure in the back.
Yeah.
My question is, there seems to be, a fundamental difference between addressing questions, which probably have, it's more of a getting the information and figuring out where it is and feeding it back to the inquiry. My question is more about, when you have a concern or a conflict with DTSC, and, one is, how's that come up? I mean, I think, even with the two requests that were received today, one was more about information gathering, but the other one was a conflict or, around what was happening with the DTSC action that was raising concerns. And so one, I was wondering if you're tracking those separately or if you've gotten kind of that second category and what's the approach there? And then how do you track resolution of that? Because these conflicts are often difficult to unwind and resolve. So just wondering if there's any kind of been thought about questions versus concerns.
For now, what I have that I keep for myself that I've also shared is what I call an inquiry tracking. It's basically just a standard spreadsheet that I put together, and it basically tracks everything that we've received. Fortunately or unfortunately, prior to today, really the main concern that we received that's still awaiting resolution would be for the Welsh's dry cleaning. And for that one, the gentleman was responded to let him know that, we're working on it. We need to get him a more thorough response. And along those lines, I'll be meeting with Grant later this week so that we can talk about meeting with DTSC and getting these things addressed. But as far as the tracking of concerns or complaints or issues,
Don't go.
don't sneak out yet. But as far as tracking for complaints and concerns, I don't do that separately. I think that if we do start receiving many, that might be something that I want to consider.
But I think too that with Swati being so engaged in this as well, those things that need to go to Katie Butler, that need to go to DTSC staff wind up.
Yeah.
So talk about that.
I'll just share, so here during our meetings, we certainly get inquiries from public forum about things that are not going to be resolved overnight. These are longstanding issues that are going to take months, sometimes years. But as Lauren was pointing out, a lot of the questions and concerns you might get is like a spill on a freeway or something that can be answered within a week. And so a large majority of the questions and inquiries that are coming in are things that can be responded to with a very specific answer. And then there's the separate, like, okay, this is going to take several months, several meetings to get a resolution to. But the large majority of inquiries have been more of a direct response. And so we certainly have seen those at our meetings where, it's going to take meetings, discussions with DTSC. And so those ones are usually in progress, but large majority have not been.
I was perhaps thinking, and I don't know if this is what you're hoping to see, is those longer issues, concerns that are being flagged that we're working on. Is that something that Lauren should communicate to the board? Is that what you're hoping to see in the report?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Just
mean,
want to make sure.
It already happened. So if something comes in, I might get copied on 500 emails that were sent to Meredith and Yana and everybody on SSFL. Okay, so we know the SSFL issue. We have those conversations then with Katie, with Grant, with the appropriate teams, bringing forth to them that we're aware of that. We know that. And inviting, that then is part of what prompted we need a liaison to SSFL, even if it's not a full subcommittee, because we were hearing so much.
Yeah.
And that we knew that we needed to connect with them. So that's how we translated into some form of appropriate action for the board.
Yeah.
And then we ensure that DTSC knows that these are coming in, right?
So my question is in regards to the report that Lauren is sharing with the board, should that be something that should be flagged in her communication to us?
Sure. If it came through her, then she would tell us, this tranche, these items.
There's a theme here that the board you should be aware of.
Yes,
this grouping.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to get us to give her some input as we're crafting all of this.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
No, you got it.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you. Any other
questions?
Yes.
After you,
Alexis.
I just want to congratulate you on the graphics. I thought that having both English and Spanish language graphics together is a really good way forward for us.
Thank you.
Oh, thank God. Yes.
And thank Evelyn.
Thank you.
Does she have a mic?
Yeah, I do. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Very excited to see this. Yes, long time coming. 2 comments. One is I assume at future meetings you'll be showing us trend data.
Yes.
So that we can start to see if there's any spikes or differences in the kinds of commentary coming in. That's number one. Number 2 is I'd love to use our time in the board meetings to evaluate any unresolved issues that have long turnaround time.
That would be awesome.
And start to discuss them.
Yeah.
The really tricky thing.
And the way that can best happen, Lauren, is with Swati in terms of what can be agendized. Right. So rather than ad hoc bring it up and then we're trying to deal with it, it's because we have so many items for our agenda that obviously slating in slotting something like that would be really useful. And that would be Swati and Sheena.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, well, that was exciting. Great. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
We are doing so good. And now for the really exciting part.
I think we're going to
of public comment.
We'll just open it up for public comment real quick here. So anyone that would like to comment in person for item number 9, our ombuds presentation, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll now move to our Zoom. For any remote or virtual participants who would like to make a comment on agenda item number 9, please raise your virtual hand or press the *9 button. And also, if we can check with our Spanish interpreters to see if there's anyone in the Spanish Zoom room that would like to comment. And it looks like we do have a hand up. So Ivana Castellanos, I'm going to go ahead and invite you to unmute. You're going to have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation, please.
Hi, I'm Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. Hi, everyone. I did want to ask about the Ombuds program. I mentioned it recently to some of my colleagues that do engage with DTSC, and a lot of them didn't know about it. So I'm wondering whether there are plans for a more proactive kind of community engagement plan, or if that's something that maybe could be something that the EJAC could help with. And also, I know that the terminology for ombudsperson is pretty set, but I don't know that that's intuitive for a lot of folks. So I don't know if there's been thought to just, how it's presented to folks. And that's all, but thank you, and thanks for your work.
No, that's excellent. Thank you for that. And just getting this stood up with Lauren, the Ombuds program is an SB 158 mandate for the board and for the board's oversight of DTSC. So obviously the issues that come in are primarily DTSC related. Our hope and goal for this program, one of the goals, is that it works with the community engagement people at DTSC, with the EJACs. And I would hope that you would offer your input to Lauren as she's developing this. So let's be sure we get your PSR. You have a lot of thinking about that. You've done a lot of the good work that we've already been involved in. So Lauren, I would really recommend to sit down with them. Thank you. And thank you for that.
Thank you for your comments. One last call for any other public comments on agenda item number 9. Seeing none and seeing there are no Spanish comments, that will conclude our agenda item number 9, Ombuds presentation. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And this is always the most exciting part of the meeting. We're going to approve minutes, and we have 3 sets. And I know the board, all of us have read all 3 sets, and we can take a collective motion unless someone after the motion is made, if you have a particular set of minutes that you have a comment or correction, please do note it. Can I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the minutes of October 17th, October 28th, and November.
Second from Ingrid. Any discussion amongst the board members? Will you call the vote, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Bhatia?
Aye.
Member
Yes.
Thank you. Member Brostrom?
Yes.
Member Gomez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hacker?
Yes.
Chair Rizzo?
Yes.
Great. That motion passes unanimously to accept the October 17th, October 28th, and November 15th, 2024 meeting minutes, and the approved minutes will be posted to our website in the coming days.
And thank you, Courtney. I'll now hand the mic over to Vice Chair Hacker for agenda item 11. And she will review the action items from today. So pay attention if you have anything you want to add, subtract, or amend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm asking my fellow board members, as I reference your particular request, to offer corrections if I haven't captured it correctly. First, following Director Butler's presentation, our Chair Rizzo requested of her that DTSC harmonize engagement, the engagement trainings that are forthcoming to include our BES staff with the DTS staff. Secondly, Member Bhatia recommended that enforcement and compliance components be integrated into the Safer Consumer Products program, which arose from our discussion of the carpet compliance example. Thirdly, Member Gomez, with regard to Exide, noted that the third-party monitor has been invited to speak at a future BES meeting, which will probably be one of our Los Angeles meetings in 2025. Member Bostrom requested an update on the possible DTSC role in the Albany bulb radiation, but based on the discussion that we've had, the next step would appear to be that our ombuds will reach out to the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board, which for now is the lead for the agency. And if there are any issues, you would raise that to the chair of the board. Member Gomez requested a more definitive timeline for the SB 673 Track 2 process and regulations to follow. And we all note the continuing high level of interest that all board members have in SB 673 Track 2, not Track 1. Member Brostrom requested a future new agenda item on how we're dealing with dry cleaner sites statewide. The next two are both ombuds action items. Member Bhatia recommended presenting through our executive officer and our public outreach manager to the board on some future longstanding or intractable items so that the board can have a better understanding and engagement on these. And secondly, that our ombuds will reach out to Ms. Castellanos of PSRLA for follow-up. Are there modifications or additions there? Okay, done.
Thank you, Alexis, as always, for tracking during the meeting. I really appreciate that. So now I want to thank everyone. This concludes today's board meeting and our final board meeting of 2024. The board and staff, as always, worked really hard at making this. Swati, you corralled us all, and we're all promising not to be late for any Zoom calls and to get our reports in writing to you on time. Can I have a motion? No, I'm just kidding. It's easy for me to say, right? You know, but I think it is amazing how much work goes into the board meetings. I want to thank our team. Come on, I mean, really, yeah. CSUS team. They just have to manage us the whole time. Yeah. Our own team, led by Sheena, Evelyn, Courtney, and our remote team. So I want to thank the board and our entire staff, our translators. Even though if we want to talk about something we want to do better, I want to be at a board meeting, the next one, when we actually have people asking questions in Spanish or some language we weren't even prepared for. So I feel like one of the goals for next year for this board and for DTSC is to engage our Spanish-speaking, neighbors and friends so that they do feel welcome and engaged here. We have translators for every meeting, and we rarely have a question in another language, and in particular in Spanish. So I think if I could leave a parting hope, it's that we could increase our outreach, working with the public engagement people and our own team, so that we actually don't say there are no Spanish comments. I think that's unfortunate for us. Oh, you want me to do all this? I'm not doing all that. Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
I'm sure I move we adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
And seconded? All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Hi.
One, I just wanted to thank the Berkeley DTSC regional team. So thank you for all of your support for the multiple meetings we've had here. So thank you there. Thank you for Courtney and Lauren and Vice Chair Hacker for all the goodies, for keeping us awake, all the sugar. So thank you. And then Chair Rizzo, I know we have one more meeting with you,
Yes.
and just we'll have more parting words then. But thank you again from the bottom of our heart for all of the leadership, for guiding this ship. So thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a team effort.
Thank you all. The meeting is officially adjourned at 4:45 p.m. Thank you.